Так. Привіт. Сподіваюсь, чутно, сподіваюсь, видно. Будь ласка, напишіть що-небудь, щоб я знала, чи чутно мене, чи видно. Плюсик, будь ласка, якийсь. Так, плюсик. Okay, so I think that we can start off. If you don't mind, we will just continue speaking in English. And if you do have any questions, I will try to answer them a little later on. And actually, that's the first thing that I wanted to tell you is that if you have any questions, I want you to keep them to yourselves until the end of the lecture. And when I ask you, I want you to answer something. Thank you for your responses. I'll be looking in my notes, if you don't mind. I'm this old-fashioned kind of girl, and that is why I need them. So if I'm not looking at you, that's probably the reason. So to start off, I will probably introduce myself. As you see on the picture, on the slide, my name is Юлія Беспятова, if you want to be precise. I'm a certified teacher, and I've been teaching for almost 5 years. I specialize in teaching teenagers and adults. Actually, I've been teaching to every age group, starting from 5 to 55 probably, but now I prefer teenagers and adults. And my superpower, as you see here, is to make students speak, and what's more even important, to make them fall in love with the language. Another important thing is that I'm 21, and that's a very big pleasure for me, and that's very nice thing for me to be speaking here to you and to be teaching you something. And I'm very grateful for you that you came here, and I'm very grateful to the organizers that invited me to be speaking now. So I think that we will start off. Yeah, and by the way, you can greetings. By the way, you can write down if you judge teachers by their age. It's very important to know to me, and it would be really nice to know that. Yeah. You know, like this phrase, don't judge the book by its cover. I don't want you to judge me by my age. Okay. Okay, no, I see. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's start off. Well, I already have introduced myself, and that's why we will continue with our only by English tenses. Oh, okay, good job. Good. I adore it. We will start off with my story. So that's the first picture. I hope you made this sound, because I did when I first found this out. So this young lady right here couldn't even imagine the way she would go through. And actually my story started when I was a teen. I fell in love with language. I couldn't really speak, I couldn't really understand anything, but for some reason I fell in love with it. And my parents found me a tutor, and I started going to the tutor. I don't want to say it was a disaster, but looking back at my experience with teaching, I would say that it was not the best thing. So I can just tell you how it went. We just came to the lesson. We started revising all the tenses, and actually we would telling our teacher the tenses that we knew. We would tell everything that we discussed last time. We would tell this by heart. If there were any mistakes, we would get this look like you are not worth of anything, and we would feel so bad, and we would be so afraid to have these lessons with her. And next we did some grammar. We just discussed it, and actually she made us make notes from the list of your handwriting, and well, make all those notes in our notebooks. And after that we would do the exercises and blah blah blah. It was so boring. I was very, very afraid of her, and it was just a bad experience, and I didn't really like this. Did you have the same experience in learning English, any other language? Did you have such teachers? Okay, yeah, the conference is in English. I want you to answer, please, if you had the same experience. Okay, and can you say a few words? What kind of experience was it? How did you feel? Yeah, and I really want you to be very, very active, because this is a plus in your karma, and you know that when you are participating, you will get more and more information. Okay. Well, okay. I suppose that everyone had the same experience. And I want you to understand, and I want you to remember that I couldn't express myself well anyhow. I couldn't speak, I couldn't write any essays, I couldn't do anything, because everything that we were doing would be just learning tenses. I was perfect in this. I knew everything, all the tenses, passive voice, blah blah blah, you know everything about this, but I couldn't speak, but I couldn't express myself. Why do you think it was like that? We were abandoned by a teacher who was always busy. Oh, head of the department. Yeah, actually it happens to everybody, I think. Very strict teacher, but you liked her? Okay. Great school teacher. I really appreciate you, and I really appreciate the answers you give me, and I'm glad for those who had amazing teachers. I didn't. In school I did, but okay, yes, about the previous answer, the previous question. Yeah, we couldn't speak because we had this fear. We couldn't speak because we didn't have the practice. We couldn't speak because we didn't have the words. And actually, the first insight, is that your students do not speak as they are afraid. They can be afraid either of you. That's the sad truth. Yes, I think in the 21st century it's very, very sad, but a lot of teachers really do behave in the way that their students feel worthless, they feel stupid, they feel that they are not enough, and the list goes on. Okay. Afraid to make a mistake. Yes. That's everything that you feel with this kind of teacher, right? Yeah. So I want you to be really aware of yourself, and probably you may think that, oh, I'm the best teacher in the world, but I really want to be conscious here. And if you do have the same thing, probably you should change it. For God's sake, for your students' sake, for their health, mental health. Yeah, they are afraid either of you as a teacher, or they are afraid of speaking, so they do not practice it. And actually, one of the things that I wanted to mention, yeah, as the plan goes here, yeah, I already told about my story. Main key to feeling confident in any language is speaking. Yeah, speaking. And now we're going to our insight. So the first one was your student doesn't speak if he or she is afraid. And the next thing goes, you can tell me, Julia, how is it possible? I will be very soft, but my students will not respect me. Yes and no at the same time, because you can be strict, but you shouldn't be evil. In my experience, a lot of teachers were evil. I mean the next thing. Of course, you should be following the plan. You should be following everything that you wanted to do with the student. You should be doing the grammar. You should be listening to the audios and stuff. But it wouldn't matter so much if you're an evil person. Yeah, sad and funny at the same time. So don't be evil, please. What I mean here, if your students are depressed and you feel sadness in their eyes and you feel that something is wrong, it's not really hard to ask what's wrong, right? It's not really hard to spend a few minutes in conversations with them. It's not really hard to change something in your plan. It's not so hard to just be aware of what's going on with them. It's not hard to remember all the little details they tell you. Well, it can be hard if you have bad memory, but if you are aware, if you listen attentively, it's not really hard for you to remember details, and according to those details, just create some activities. The thing is, we all want our lessons to be perfect. Yes, but the most important part in learning is being comfortable and not being afraid. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for listening to me. Yeah. And thank you for giving the comments. Okay. So the most important part is that the student feels comfy. The lesson will not make any sense if the student is depressed, if you don't do anything to make your students feel good. So, of course, it will be 5, 10, 15 minutes of just speaking and just being kind to this person. And it's better than to waste your lesson. Okay. The next thing is trust. Trust is a basic need. Your students need this. That is so true. I suppose that you know this. I suppose that if you remember yourself in the young age, when you were a student, when you were a student in school, when you just, maybe right now you're studying something, you need to trust the person. You need to have this match with your teacher. If you don't have this, it will be not interesting, it will be not entertaining. The student just will not like you and will not have that motivation, rather than if he or she had this trust to you. Sorry. I want you to look at this cup. It really, it's fine. It's amazing. Just another thing to mention, very amazing, and you also need to take notes of that, but just a second. I want your students to trust you. I want you to build this relationship with your student. How to do that? First things first, please do not correct mistakes of your student every 2 seconds. I know that students may make those mistakes every now and then, but please do not correct them every time. They need to trust you. They need to understand that you are listening to this person, yeah? And that's the thing. So yeah, I want you to take note of that really, and that's not something to be fun about. Yep. The next thing is very important, practice. Practice, practice, practice. I called it like this. Why? Because, well, to speak, to be able to speak, you need to practice. I know that maybe most of you or lots of you have students in schools and they are not of the highest levels, but again, you can start speaking with them from the first lesson, even if they haven't ever seen English or any other language in their life. It doesn't matter. You can start speaking with them from the first time. It should be practice all the time. Reduce your speech, reduce your teacher talking time. Just let the students speak. I know that it can be hard for them. They will have this barrier. They will not do this from the first time. They will have this feeling of uncomfort. They will do this like, I don't know, maybe no, I can't say it, I can't, I don't know the words, I don't know anything, please don't make me, let's do another exercise, la 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 la. No, that's the time when you are strict but not evil. You will tell them that they are fine. That's it. You will practice from the first time. The first thing, of course, it's obvious, you can speak. The second thing that you can do is write in a diary. I know it sounds fun and strange, but writing a diary is an amazing exercise one can do. So I want your students, well, I want you to make your students do this because they will remember their vocabulary. They will know what to use, what grammar they need, what vocabulary they need. Because, of course, in Ukrainian and Russian, whatever language they use, if they don't know these words in Ukrainian and Russian, if they do not use these words in Ukrainian and Russian, they will not use them in English. So all the fancy words and idioms are fine, but they will not use it. And they need to understand what they need in their life, in their speeches, in their essays, anything. And how to do that is to practice writing the diary. And it should be every day. It should be at least every week, once a week. Obviously, it also has some psychological reasons here, but psychological benefits here, but it's also good in English. The second thing that, the third already thing that you can advise your students to do would be shadowing. Probably some of you have heard of it. Probably some of you have heard of it. Probably some of you have not. Shadowing is an amazing exercise. So what you basically do is you find a video, or you let your students find a video or short part of the movie, anything. It's better to be a monologue. You take the part that you like, or again, the students take the part that they like. It should be a part of maybe under 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes, maybe 1, maybe 40 seconds for those who have not so high level, maybe 30 seconds would work. You take the video. It should be obviously the part which is finished, you should understand what you're talking about, and it should be finished part. You watch it, your student should watch it millions of times, and he should or she should write down everything that was said in this monologue. Again, practice the pronunciation. This person can practice intonation. This person can practice different accents, whatever you want. And that's the amazing thing that you can do to actually improve your speaking as well, and actually to make your vocabulary better as well. And well, there are many benefits. So that's it. After you practiced, you need to put your computer before you, well, here, yeah, or you can be looking at your computer, and you should start recording video while pushing the button and while listening to the audio itself, and you record the video speaking well while the speaker is also speaking. That's another thing that you could do. Well, just practice all the time. Encourage your students to be speaking with natives. Encourage your students to even be reading the news. Encourage them to be doing something all the time. Encourage them to write comments in English. Encourage them to be proactive. Encourage them to be speaking in front of the mirror and just like giving themselves the Oscar, whatever. That will be a good thing to do. And one more thing is belief. Belief is a second basic need. I know that it's not something that you would probably expect me to say. Yes, we are talking about teaching skills, but I want you to believe in your students. I want you to feel how they do. And I want you to understand if you are good enough for them, and make yourself all the time better for them. I want you to make them feel like they are the stars, because it's the feeling that everyone wants to feel, and your students need this. They're paying, or they're in school, they're not paying to you just for you to have this role of a person who will be a mentor, who will encourage them all the time. Even in darkest moments when they do not believe in themselves, I want you to believe in themselves more than they ever could do. And now I want you to write down, do you understand what I'm saying about? With what do you agree? With what do you not agree? Are there any things that you would like to add? Please. Yep, I'm looking in the comment section. I want you to be active. You could be hearing some sounds. It's some people, well, they're doing renovation and the kids are screaming. So you should be aware of it. If you hear something, it's fine. Could you please repeat the practice activities? Okay. Practice activities would be writing a diary. Practice activity would be just being active on the internet, commenting the celebrities, commenting everybody, writing their own tweets, whatever. Everything that is interesting for them. Agree with everything, yes. And one more is shadowing. Shadowing is masterpiece. You should Google it if you didn't catch the idea. I do believe that you caught it. Agree with everything. Now I want you to tell me what problems most of your students have in learning, well, English, or again, any other language. What problems do they have? What are they? Okay. Guys, be active, because really, when you're active, it's very important for you. You will remember more. Oh, I'm so glad that there are so many people right here, right now, listening to me. I am very grateful to you, and I want to know that you are a star if you're watching this. Grandma speaking. Not switching cameras. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Actually, yes, that's the thing that people do, or well, students, especially teens, do when they do not trust you. So we are back to the third insight. Trust is a basic need. Probably you are not good enough for them. You need to be, well, curious about their life. You need to understand how they feel and why they feel that way. Probably you do not have this information, and I want you to, starting from today, be curious. Lazy. Okay, laziness, again, all of the insights are here. They are probably angry or afraid. They're afraid of you. They're afraid of themselves, of making a mistake. You should create the atmosphere of kindness, and you should again encourage them to feel good and to speak and, well, to do something. And also they can be lazy because they are not interested in everything that you say. That's actually a harsh one, but it's true. I want you to look through the information you give to them. Maybe you need to create something active for them, create something useful for them. Not everybody is into, I don't know, environmental issues. It's fine. Not everybody should. And if they're not interested in this topic, you need to probably make a lesson about TikTok. They will be interested. Nobody switches cams now. Yes, again, because they are not interested enough. You need to be creative. You are a teacher. Teaching is a very creative job, I suppose. If you think it's not creative, you should try to be creative, and you will understand that there are so many ways of how to be creative. Okay, grammar. Again, I see that most of you, well, lots of you say grammar. We are not talking today about grammar. We are talking today mostly about speaking. But again, grammar can be hard. Grammar can be challenging and not interesting for people if they do not understand the sense why they are doing this. If they don't get this, probably you're doing something wrong. You should make them interested. How? Create activities. Make them speak. For example, if you are talking about present perfect continuous, I saw, again, young generation, you know, I saw a TikTok where a teacher started explaining grammar about well, present perfect, as far as I remember. Yeah, and what he did, that's hilarious actually. What he did was he opened the bottle of water. He poured some water on his head, and he said, "You see, now I'm wet. You see, now I feel uncomfortable and I'm cold. So I don't care when I did this action. I don't care if it was a second ago, a minute ago, 10 minutes ago. What matters is that I'm right now uncomfortable." And that's actually something that everybody is motivated by, inspired by. If you see something interesting or eye-catching, you start to feel that probably it's something that I need to know. Yeah, so be creative. And well, I'm not saying to you that you should do this extra thing with a bottle, but you should try to do something else and start speaking with your students according to the grammar topic. Not switching cameras. They are not they're not interested. Okay. Lazy of learning and doing something. Again, the same. People lose motivation quickly, even if you are using authentic material as lots of games, videos, and lots of other engaging things. Now that you see that you need to do that, but not too much. They now are used to that, and they are now very egoistical. Okay, запитання до okay, yes. If you want your questions, you will answer. You will ask them, but now I will want to read your comments and to answer them as well. So about authentic materials, yeah, you use them all the time, but they are used to them and they do not feel that it's something unusual. Probably you need to again speak with them more, and you need to ask them more what they like, what they want in life. If you catch this idea what they want, if you start discussing parents, if they're teens, yeah, oh, why parents are bad, probably they will get interested. I tell the students to feel comfortable and not to be afraid of making mistakes. Just by telling this, they will not feel comfortable. Just by telling, like, I am not a witch, I am not, in other words, I am not bad, they will not believe you. You need to prove it somehow. You need to show them it with your actions. Okay, yep. You need to pop champagne each class at the end. Not necessarily, actually. Yeah, not necessarily, but you need to be creative. But obviously, I do not want you to be clowns. That's the thing. I'm not saying I'm a clown during the lesson. It's not necessarily to be happy and smiley and like super engaging all the time. You also can become. It doesn't mean that you need to change your personality. No, nothing like that. You just need to find what's interesting for your student. That's it. Okay. So we discussed my story. We discussed the main key to feeling confident in any language, it's speaking. We discussed a few insights. And now it's time for your questions. You told me about things that you do not agree with, but now I want your questions. I know that it was short, but I do not want to speak about this too long. I do not want it to be something boring, and well, I think it's enough. Now about your questions in the chat. Someone is screaming. I'm sorry. I do not see questions. Okay. Again, I'm super glad there are so many people right here listening to me. Yeah, so let's start off again with the insights. Maybe you will have some of them. Yeah, students don't speak if they are afraid. Don't make them afraid. Even if you tell them you shouldn't be afraid, it doesn't make them feel so. So please prove it with your actions. You can be strict, but you shouldn't be evil. Of course, be kind to them. Ask them how are they. Ask them how they feel. Ask them if their granny is all right and stuff. Sticking to the plan is good, following the rules is good, but do not be evil. Trust is a basic need. Do not correct each mistake they make. You can do this, and actually that's an okay. It was useful. I'm not saying goodbye yet. Yes, actually one thing for you to create as well, to think about, is that you can create this table. So, well, what I basically do as well, you create this table of mistakes correction. You write down the date, the mistakes they made, the rule, and then how to be correct, how to correct themselves. And therefore, you will not waste so much time during the lesson correcting their mistakes, making them feel like they're not worthy of anything. Obviously, you do need to correct mistakes, some of them. I think that you know which mistakes I'm talking about. You can read methodological books, but not every mistake should be corrected. And therefore, you can use the table, and you can show the table to the students, or just send something to them for them to look through when they are ready, when they are at home. Practice, practice, practice. Okay, shadowing, practicing English, speaking, writing in the internet, creating TikToks. Again, I'm reminding you that I am young generation. I remember about modern stuff. So being creative here, making shadowing exercises, writing diary, and the last one. Believe in your students. Why? Because every student is this young lady. Every student is a child who wants to be heard. Every student is innocent. Every student wants you to listen to them and wants you to be the best teacher for them. Nobody comes to teachers because they want a boring teacher, no. Or they want a teacher who screams at them, no. You need to be a star, a rock star for this young lady right here. No matter what age your student has, I want you to remember about this child right here, and I want you to wear this magical coat and be this Снегурка and magician for them, and I want you to make them fall in love with the language as I do with my students. Yes, that's it. My students like to play a game when they tell the story and words which they do not know, as they say in Ukrainian language. Yes, actually, it's also a nice thing to do. Thank you, Olesya. Encourage your students to speak, even if they do not know some words, and if they do not know how to explain them, they can say the word in Ukrainian and Russian, whatever they like, and then continue in English again. When they feel that you trust them, when they feel that you are not judgmental, they will learn this language very quickly, and they will get rid of this freaking barrier. Okay. Yes, and thank you for attention. Probably that is it. If you do have any other which TikTokers can you recommend to add something new to work with students? It depends on students. I cannot recommend you anything because everyone is different and everyone has different interests. Somebody likes memes. You can add this to your lessons as well. Somebody likes cleaning. Somebody likes, traveling. So it depends on the student. Thank you for this time together. Thank you for your questions. I really appreciate each of you who was active, each of you who also was not active but listened to me attentively, and that's probably it. If you do have any other questions, you also can follow me on Instagram, and you also can send me your questions on Instagram. I will try to answer them as soon as possible, as I can. So, if you please, you can follow me on Instagram as well. Thank you for your attention, and probably that will be it. Okay, thank you. Oh, I already see somebody following. Okay, thank you for this quick response. Okay, thank you guys. Bye bye.
Спільнота на урок. Якщо у вас виникають будь-які ідеї, запитання чи побажання щодо роботи сайту, будь ласка, звертайтеся до служби підтримки. Зробити це дуже просто. На будь-якій сторінці сайту, ліворуч знизу, натисніть на помаранчеву кнопку «Зворотний зв'язок». Після цього ви можете написати нам через Facebook або електронну пошту. Фахівці докладуть усіх зусиль, аби якнайшвидше допомогти вам. Тож звертайтесь, ми працюємо для вас.
Слава Україні, шановні колеги! Я Любов Цукор, рада вітати вас на нашій конференції для вчителів англійської мови. Дуже дякую пані Юлії за виступ. Таке чудове відкриття нашої конференції. Я продовжу своїм виступом, але сьогодні з вами буду спілкуватися українською мовою, бо все-таки це мені ближче. І сьогодні під час свого виступу я з вами поділюся деякими цікавинками для проведення уроків англійської мови з точки зору вчителя української мови та літератури, бо так чи інакше наші предмети, вони де в чому суміжні. І різноманітні активності, які ми можемо використовувати на уроках мови літератури, вони актуальні і для уроків англійської мови. Це один важливий момент, який ми з вами розглянемо. Далі поговоримо про можливості на урок, безумовно, це така традиційний компонент нашого спілкування з вами. І насамкінець покажу гру, яку ви можете завантажити. Кожен із тих, хто зареєструвався на сьогоднішню конференцію, можете її завантажити, роздрукувати і використовувати, якщо у вас є потреба, наприклад, розвитку емоційного інтелекту дітей. Ця програма вже гра доступна до скачування, і ви можете її переглянути. Але можемо разом потім її проаналізувати, подивитися, що там, як і до чого, і про все детально. Так, і ще раз нагадаю, що я Любов Цукор, головна редакторка освітнього проєкту «На Урок» і організаторка конференції інтенсивів для вчителів. І кожен такий захід, кожна така зустріч – це дуже важливий момент, оскільки ми завжди добираємо тих спікерів, тих авторів виступів, хто може з вами поділитися найціннішим практичним досвідом. І про всяк випадок нагадаю, що після мене о 17-й годині виступатиме пані Ганна Дудіч, а далі завершує нашу конференцію пані Ганна Тащенко. І розклад теми виступів ви можете побачити на сайті, або якщо ви дивитесь на нашу конференцію безпосередньо на Ютубі, ви можете переглянути в описі до цього відео розклад. Ще дуже коротко про організаційні моменти. Запис усієї конференції буде доступний. Кожен виступ окремо ми поділимо. Тому ви зможете переглянути як виступи, так і увесь захід разом. Тому не хвилюйтеся, якщо ви раптом щось пропускаєте, чи ви пропустили перший виступ, чи матимете необхідність пропустити наступні виступи. Все ви зможете переглянути, як і презентації, як і всі додаткові матеріали. Стосовно мого виступу, якщо будуть запитання, я бачу чат, в принципі, можете писати, ставити запитання, намагатимусь одразу відповідати, а якщо ні, то мої колеги будуть дублювати мені запитання і буду намагатися так само одразу відповідати. В будь-якому разі у нас таке неформальне, тепле, спокійне спілкування протягом цих 50 хвилин. Будемо ділитися думками, ідеями і різноманітними цікавинками. Зараз поговоримо приблизно за таким планом. Почнемо з генерування картинок в нейромережах, про можливості Zoom, можливості на урок і розбір гри. Приблизно все, що я вам сказала перед початком нашої розмови. Я буду періодично дивитися туди-туди, бо от презентації тут я дивлюся в чат, намагаюся за всім одночасно прослідкувати, тому сподіваюся, що це вас не дратує. Так, що ж, тоді поїхали. Взяла для вас для розбору таку, я не буду вдаватися в деталі, як зареєструватися, покажу просто, як це, де все можна знайти і як це використовувати. Так от, Midjourney нейромережа доволі популярна. Я думаю, що в соціальних мережах ви бачили шалену кількість картинок, нею згенерованих. Вона працює спільно з Discord і на Заході ця програма, наприклад, більше популярна, ніж у нас. Але нічого важкого немає зареєструватися в Discord і далі вже працювати з Midjourney. Єдине, що, як і більшість програм, є базова така версія безкоштовна і є платні підписки. Платна підписка, здається, коштує близько $10 на місяць, але в ній такої особливої потреби немає, адже безкоштовна базова версія дозволяє генерувати хай обмежену кількість картинок, але доволі достатньо. І завчора, я, здається, згенерувала більше 20 картинок. Це тільки за один вечір, тому якщо для вас це є цікавим, то можете використовувати. Причому є ще варіант, як ви можете зробити для себе це необмежену кількість таких картинок. Про все по порядку. Ви поки можете написати в чаті ваше ставлення до нейромереж, до ось цих чатів, які відповідають на, генерують тексти, генерують зображення. Чи ви вже працювали з цим, чи вам взагалі це цікаво, які у вас ставлення до цього, бо з одного боку це може лякати, оскільки це загроза тому, що багато людей може втрачати роботу. Це може радувати, оскільки це дає нові можливості для роботи, зокрема і вчительської. Це може дратувати, оскільки це дає можливості ще більше для того, що діти не будуть вивчати, а будуть списувати вже навіть не з ГДЗ, а з різноманітних чатів. Тому буду рада, якщо будете ділитися своїми думками, роздумами стосовно цього в чаті, а я тим часом розкажу про цю нейромережу. Не стала робити прям детальну інструкцію. Чому? Бо є така чудова стаття на АІН, так, з рекламами, що поробиш. І тут просто ідеально розписано все максимально доступно і, як бачите, величезна стаття просто про, наприклад, цей штучний інтелект, який генерує картинки, можна робити окремий вебінар, окремий виступ. Тому ми сьогодні так побіжно. І дуже рекомендую оцю статтю, якщо ви цікавитеся покроковими інструкціями з користування такими застосунками, програмами. І як згенерувати? У вас має бути аккаунт в Discord. І переходите, тут є посилання, переходите на Midjourney і зараз поки... Так, трошечки вони не готові зараз з нами спілкуватися, але нічого. Як бачите, навіть з такого напливу, насправді завчора була просто шалена кількість зображень, поки я свої генерувала. Суть в чому? Ви задаєте певні параметри, задаєте команду в чаті і нейромережа генерує відповідно до цієї команди вам картинку. Але спільно з вами тут же генерують цю картинку люди з усього світу. І це просто такий от шалений чат із зображень. Єдине, що ваше згенероване зображення трошки підсвічується жовтеньким, щоб ви його не пропустили. Тому, бачите, зараз я не зможу вам показати, як авторизуватися, але, на щастя, в цій статті все є детально. І покроково, що за чим варто зробити. Єдине, що я від себе додала, ось таким чином виглядає чат, він такий, там можна міняти кольори, як захочете. І одне, коли ви вже зареєструвалися, коли у вас є аккаунт, і ви зайшли в цю кімнату для генерації, там ви і сотні, якщо не тисячі інших людей, ви маєте ввести команду, ось оцю команду вводите, але не просто її, а у вас ще маєте дочекатися віконце, яке вспливає, і ви на нього натискаєте, і щоб з'явилася ось такої довжини команда. І далі ви можете англійською, переважно англійською мовою, хоча можна і українською, різні команди на різних мовах, описуєте, що вам потрібно. Це може бути одним словом, може бути 10 слів, це може бути просто цілий текст, на основі якого нейромережа буде генерувати вам картинку. Ніхто не говорить, що вона буде ідеальна, ну і слава Богу, що поки все не настільки. І там, де я зробила скріншот, хтось просив картинку із весіллям, і от весілля і кульки нейромережа показала ось таким чином це. Можна, якщо не подобається такий варіант, його можна редагувати, можна змінювати і просити повторно генерувати. Важливо дотримуватися авторського права. Якщо ви генеруєте, потрібно вказувати, де саме ви це зробили, за допомогою чого. Якщо в процесі генерації вам так сподобалось це зображення, що ви хочете його десь використати на сайті школи, тут дуже обережно, щоб не було обов'язково посилання, звідки це, де це зроблено. По-друге, ніколи не замінюємо реальні фото, реальні картинками, згенерованими нейромережею. Це дуже важливо, щоб не було таких скандалів, як після трагедії в Дніпрі на сайт каналу Верховної Ради якраз таки згенерували картинку з дитиною, і багато хто прийняв на віру її, а багато хто почав говорити, що це ви генеруєте тут таке, це взагалі нікуди не годиться, це ви що там всі свої події тепер фальсифікувати будете. Тобто це доволі складна, етично складна проблема, яку нам ще обговорювати. Тому майте на увазі. Так от, коли ви згенерували свою картинку, перед тим, як ви починаєте все це робити, посилання, ось, воно буде підкреслене, ви зможете перейти до статті, що робити, щоб зареєструватися. Але перш ніж це все робити, ви маєте для себе зрозуміти, для чого це робити. По-перше, це цікаво спробувати, бо це зараз дуже на слуху, це дуже актуально, і хотілося б таке вміти спробувати, як воно працює усе. Але було б дуже добре, якщо це можна було б ще практично використовувати під час роботи з вашими учнями. І як найкраще, ось нейромережа генерує картинки саме для асоціативного мислення, до розвитку асоціацій, до картинки, які допомагають асоціативно зрозуміти, про що йшла мова. Вони близькі до реальності, але не реалістичні. Є ще така легенда, що найбільша проблема в таких нейромережах, які генерують, вона не одна, їх багато. Але дивіться, щоб не були російські, бо таких також багато. Так от, одна з найбільших проблем нейромережі в тому, що вона не звертає уваги на деталі. І, наприклад, пальці завжди будуть дуже дивні. Пальці можуть бути, їх може бути 6, 7, 10, там може бути 2 пальці, тому що це дрібні деталі, на які не зверне увагу нейромережа. І можна просити учнів, по-перше, ми тут розвиваємо говоріння, розказати, які у вас асоціації з тим, що ви бачите на картинці, що це все значить, як із цим можна, як воно б мало бути. Тут ми перевіряємо лексику, безумовно, ми багато що можемо за допомогою цього перевірити. Якщо ви генеруєте картинку, наприклад, з якимись в прив'язці до якоїсь теми, то так само можна буде за асоціаціями, наприклад, дізнатися наперед таку мотиваційну річ, а давайте ми перед початком нашого уроку подумаємо, про що у нас ітиме мова. І показуємо цю картинку, і далі діти асоціюють її з чимось і пропонують свої ідеї. Дуже багато дітей мають свої аккаунти на Discord, і, безумовно, вони можуть генерувати такі ж самі зображення, тому можна попросити їх згенерувати для уроку якісь такі зображення. І це буде вже для командної роботи. Наприклад, обмінюємося і вгадуємо, про що мала йти мова. Можна, якщо кожен зробить таку картинку, можна буде обмінятися і вже побудувати свою розповідь, спираючись на ту рандомну картинку, яку зрештою буде отримано. І на цьому можна побудувати цілий урок і поговорити. Я розумію, що це може бути не зовсім за програмою, за планом, але, на щастя, у нас є вчительська свобода, і ми можемо час від часу проводити уроки, які на такі важливі теми, наприклад, етичність використання можливостей нейромереж і так далі. І поговорити, використовуючи продукти цих нейромереж. Чому би ні. Далі, пункт 4. Знайти відмінності. Я вже говорила, що нейромережа до деталей не завжди дуже прискіплива, але завжди можна на уважність перевірити, а що не так в цьому зображенні, а що тут не зовсім. Поясни, будь ласка, чому тут 3 ока, має бути 2, в чому проблема, тобто на діалог. Це все можна ще зробити в письмовій формі пояснення, тому тут яким саме способом буде ваша комунікація йти, це, безумовно, на ваш вибір. Далі, ще варіант ви добираєте вже самостійно, знову ж таки, це на базі асоціацій, але ви створюєте картинки відповідно до того тексту, який мають прослухати учні ваші сьогодні після уроку. І можуть бути там декілька коротких жартів, коротких текстів, і є вони там до хвилинки, 5 текстів, наприклад, до хвилини тривалістю, і 5 зображень. І діти послухали, подивилися і мають співставити, який саме фрагмент відповідає, прослуханий фрагмент, якій картинці відповідає. Ну і, безумовно, пояснити потрібно, чому саме так, і варто пояснити, чому зображення інші не підходять, чому саме такий вибір зроблено. Далі ми зараз з вами спробуємо так само в асоціації пограти. І, до речі, поки ми перейдемо до цих картинок, якщо тема цікава вам цих нейромереж і штучного інтелекту загалом, то запрошую 11 березня. У нас буде конференція стосовно використання інтернет-ресурсів. І там Наталя Панеша буде розповідати про можливості і ризики використання штучного інтелекту для освіти, на прикладі чату GPT. Тому мої колеги поділяться посиланням, тому можете зареєструватися на сайті, так само знайдете. Тож, давайте з вами спробуємо в асоціації. Так, ось таке згенероване зображення за певними параметрами було мною задане. І як ви думаєте, що я запитувала у нейромережі? Що я просила, яку команду давала, яке саме зображення згенерувати? Якщо декілька слайдів тому ви були уважними, доволі читали, що на слайді, то ви могли підказку, певно, отримати. Але цікаво побачити вашу думку, що саме тут є. Можливо, ви побачите щось таке, що не зовсім відповідає реальності. Але, як бачите, тут немає ні рук, щоб показати, немає якихось таких прям, як на мене, немає прям огріхів в генерації, тобто все здається абсолютно нормальним. Так, пані Ірино, дійсно, це якраз таки був запит українські вчителі, і нейромережа бачить їх ось таким чином. Вас бачать ось таким чином. Це доволі цікаво, бо тут переплітаються мотиви різних, мені здається, народів, бо не тільки українських, не знаю, чому саме українських так вирішили зобразити нейромережа, але це доволі цікаво, оскільки виходить, що багато квітів, це прекрасно, або на тлі, або в елементах зображення. Не знаю, чому саме такі асоціації, але це доволі цікаво. Так, далі наступна картинка згенерована. Це вже трохи складніше. І це процес. Певний процес, що відбувається на цих картинках. Що важливо, як правило, генерується одразу 4 зображення, але може бути, мені здається, інших я не бачила, тільки по 4 зображення. Так, ще доволі уважно, бо це здається, що текст написаний, але це не текст і може бути довільний набір літер. Тому не чекайте, що там буде щось осмислене і логічно зображене, але слідкуйте, щоб не було чогось доволі дивного. Так. 4. Так, Вікторія, дякую. Це саме не просто вивчення мови, це вивчення англійської. Діти вивчають англійську. І можна побачити, які саме асоціації могли нейромережу якраз таки спонукати зробити саме таке бачення. І тут уже на цих зображеннях ми бачимо ключові проблеми нейромережі. Зараз я спробую вам показати. Дивіться, тут уже деталі зовсім біда. Тут з обличчями біда, з руками, з пальцями щось взагалі не те. Тут так само все не дуже добре. І тобто якісь такі риси обличчя, вони вже доволі дивні. Це про що я говорила. Прапори схожі на британські, літери схожі на англійські, але можна, знову ж таки, чи в асоціації пограти, чи знайти відмінності, чи розказати, що відбувається на конкретній картинці. Між іншим, можна ще і запропонувати різним групам попрацювати з різною картинкою. І, до речі, дякую всім, хто написали види діяльності. Це дійсно і читання, і говоріння, і слухання, якраз все, що нам потрібно для вивчення, якісного вивчення англійської мови. Так, і ще ось така картинка. Це одна з тем, яка вивчається в англійській мові. І це доволі складно асоціативно. Я не знаю, чому саме таке, хоча ні, я здогадуюся, чому нейромережа згенерувала саме таке зображення. І тому говорю, що обережно, щоб тут текст був нормально згенерований. Це зроблю підказку, це стосується часу, який ми вивчаємо в темах. Як ви думаєте, який саме час тут нам нейромережа показала? Щойно ви зрозумієте. Так, пані Любове, дякую. Це саме про минулий час і не знаю, чому саме таких людей зображено на позначення минулого часу, про машини, про іржу, про якісь старі будівлі, все більш-менш зрозуміло. Чому люди такі, не знаю, напевно, на те є якісь причини, можливо, там зачіски, це там те, що було 40-50 роки, плюс-мінус, можливо, з цим пов'язано. Так, це past simple, дійсно, це про нього. Насправді, використання таких зображень може виходити набагато далі. І, наприклад, вчителі української літератури, зарубіжної літератури використовують їх, створюючи персонажа книги, про яку йтиме мова. І потрібно його пізнати, проасоціювати і так далі, і так далі. І якщо вам колись, наприклад, випаде нагода з вчителем української мови та літератури зробити інтегрований урок або з вчителем зарубіжної літератури, а там взагалі, мені здається, це просто фантастичний варіант, якщо ви зробите інтегрований урок зарубіжної літератури і англійської мови, то в таких нейромережах ви можете згенерувати портрети героїв цього чи роману, чи повісті. В будь-якому разі, герой, який має певний опис, можна буде втілити і подивитися, яким чином його бачить нейромережа. Я там навіть пробувала своє ім'я вводити, і були у нейромережі свої асоціації. Але, звісно, воно до реальності не схоже, але все одно цікаво. Тому пробуйте, творіть. Єдине, що коли буде працювати, бо бачите, зараз на час нашого ефіру вже перевантажився трошечки і щось потрібно, йому трохи часу для відновлення. Так, далі будемо з вами переходити до Zoom, як і обіцяла. Назвемо це магія Zoom. І в мене до вас дуже просте запитання, і можливо, ви знаєте відповідь на нього, можливо, у вас є думки стосовно цього, але мені потрібна від вас одна цифра буквально. Як ви думаєте, як ви знаєте, скільки років на уроку? Поки ви будете відповідати, я Zoom підготую до роботи, бо зараз не лякайтеся, буде 2 камери працювати, я буду на весь екран трохи в профіль і перед вами, але це недовго, тому не хвилюйтеся. Так, чекатиму на ваші відповіді. Якщо ви раптом, принагідно, поки тут збирається запитання чи відповіді на моє запитання, принагідно зауважу. Якщо у вас чи у ваших дітей трапляється так, що не працює камера на Zoom, то перевірте, чи не використовується ця камера якимось іншим пристроєм. Наприклад, ви щойно працювали там через Skype або що, і камера ще там задіяна, тому ви тоді в Zoom її не зможете використати. Потрібно закрити всі інші пристрої, перезавантажити Zoom, а потім вже обирати ту камеру, яка вам потрібна. Або ж, якщо у вас 2 камери, то обирайте ту, яка не задіяна іншою програмою. Це важливо. Так, дякую дякую за ваші відповіді. Це цікаві варіанти, але найближчою була пані Світлана, яка написала 6 років. На уроку 5,5 років. Ми з 2017 року працюємо. Але було б класно, якщо 15 років на уроку, це було б дійсно супер. Але в нас все ще попереду. Дякую, і я хочу вам віддячити за вашу роботу. І зараз увімкнулася тут і покажу, наскільки я вдячна вам за те, що ви відповіли на ці запитання. Можу вам подякувати цим котиком. Можу сказати, що у вас були фантастичні відповіді. Дякую, ви молодці. Можу просто подякувати. Можу все, що завгодно показати. Ось такі магічні штуки ви можете використовувати. Це звичайний рушничок, і він допоміг якнайкраще ось показати. Це відео згенероване в канві, плюс рушничок, плюс Zoom, і ми можемо якимось чином уже нашим учням подякувати за цю роботу. Можу ще на телефоні вам показати просто і оцього самого кота. Як я це зробила? Дякую за запитання. Це функція Green Screen в Zoom, але з певними цікавинками. Якщо ми використовуємо Zoom, ви використовуєте тло, якщо не хочете, щоб бачили, що там у вас на тлі відбувається, ви завжди або блюрите, або якесь зображення додаєте. Так, я відкрила бекграунд та ефекти, і тут мені пропонує обрати. Стандартно, воно нічого не буде, і я зараз вам покажу. От зараз нічого, і ось ця блакитна серветочка. Нічого не відбулося. Ніякої магії, просто звичайна. Так, далі. Якщо ж ми шукаємо магію, то ми можна додати зображення або відео, яке ви хочете, яке вам потрібно. У нас на певних ефірах показувала з ось таким. Зараз покажу. Маю силу з На Урок. Щоб зробити саме таку магічну штуку. Ми обираємо те зображення або відео, яке нам потрібно. Далі, прослідкуйте, щоб отут у нас була пташка стояла I have a green screen. Тому, бо якщо ми просто вибираємо, то на тлі в мене зараз відбувається те, що було стандартне, просто абсолютно стандартне втілення зеленого екрану. А якщо ставлю отут пташку, з'являється ось таке віконце, і тут потрібно обрати колір, на якому має бути цей зелений екран. І натискаємо, і далі хрестик показує, що треба щось вибрати. Я обираю ось блакитний колір. І все, в мене вже миттєво з'явилася програма Zoom сприймає тепер цю серветку як зелений екран. Можна, ваші учні не бачать ваш Zoom. Що ви тут робите? Це зараз ви бачите, що я тут роблю. Ви можете, поки хтось розповідає, ви можете підвантажувати якісь, обирати реакції, меми на певні події. Ну, от зараз тут такий мем, але слідкуйте, бо нема правил у вивченні англійської мови. Так от, слідкуйте, щоб ті зображення, які ви обираєте, або відео, вони мають бути прямокутними, не квадратними, якраз по розміру зуму. Ну, зум зазвичай підказує, яке має бути зображення, і ви завжди можете затестити, що буде, щоб у вас повністю все влізло. Повернуся зараз до котика. Тут можете, якщо я зараз візьму на біле, то цей котик буде скрізь, бо я буду просто, як ви бачите, і в мене кофта біла і тло біле, тому ось таким чином тепер виглядаю. Ну, як ви розумієте, будь-яке поле, будь-який колір можна взяти. Так, можу взяти чорний і тепер отаке відбувається. Але краще взяти щось таке, що ви можете періодично заносити в екран. Можна телефон. В мене тут просто блакитний він, тому Zoom бачить його також як green screen. Якщо у вас суцільний колір телефону, то можете періодично таку табличку показувати вашу реакцію на ту чи іншу відповідь. Тому, в принципі, ніяких особливих змін не мало тут вже відбуватися. Не знаю, чи щось придумають, але поки доволі все ось таким чином. Дивіться, як це відбувається зі стандартними відео. Так, ось. Це стандартне відео із Zoom, яке вже там є, яке можна використовувати для тла. Тут можете якісь підказки показувати, реакції показувати. Тут ви можете жарти, завдання. Можливо, оце не на щодень, але... Так, я вже вимкну камеру. Не на щодень, але періодично можете піднімати настрій і пожвавлювати учнів ось таким ефектом. Так, зараз ще раз поетапно покажу, що робити. І дивіться, я ще для вас зробила таку інструкцію з картинкою і фото. Дивіться, ми запустили Zoom. Натискаємо на налаштування. Далі background обираємо. Далі завантажуємо зображення чи відео, яке нам потрібне. І дивимося, що тут, яке зображення є, і обираєте там, що вам потрібно. Можу ще раз завантажити, маю силу. Зайве можна завжди видалити. Далі, після цього, подивіться, чи у вас стоїть пташка на написі I have a green screen. Якщо не стоїть, ви просто як обираєте зображення і воно у вас на тлі. Це значить, що автоматично програма обирає те, що за вами. Якщо ви оставите тут пташку, маєте далі натиснути на колір. Ось таке невеличке поле. Натискаєте сюди і хрестиком обираєте, який колір вам потрібно, де ви хочете, щоб у вас проявлялося, демонструвалося це ваше, що буде вашим зеленим екраном. В моєму випадку це буде блакитна серветка. Ось. І все. Зображення обране. Далі вже нічого зберігати не треба, все автоматично збереглося. Можете закривати налаштування, запускати вашу зустріч. Але такий важливий момент, якщо ви взяли блакитну серветку, не вдягайте блакитну блузку там, чи сукню, бо тоді будете самі грінскріном сприйматися. Ну і далі ви вмикаєте камеру, і знову ви тут щось спілкуєтеся, а коли ось така штука з'являється в кадрі, це це чудово. От. Якщо все зрозуміло, тоді я вимкну Zoom. Якщо є запитання ще по цьому функціоналу, можу ще раз показати, але нагадаю, що все є ось отут ще в Zoom. З картинкою. Так, це трошки тут Zoom. Так, сподіваюся, що тут все стало зрозумілим тепер і все ок. Так, пробуйте. Мені дуже подобається ідея, наприклад, там, з цікавими реакціями, мемами, які можна отак от вивести і показати. Але зауважте, що завжди на весь екран буде намагатися розтягти зум. Тому я отак от і водила, щоб побачити все. Але є такі, можна картинку з певними секторами зробити і показати. Тут типу, хороша реакція, типу, ти молодець, тут давай спробуй ще, повтори там, і дивлячись, куди ви що поставите. Так, з вашого дозволу вимкну Zoom, щоб він трансляцію нашу основну не перебивав. Так, от. Використовуйте. Дуже рада, що вам до смаку прийшлося ця магія. Ну, мені інакше, як магію, це назвати не хочеться. Можливо, фізики, там, будь-хто може сказати, це ж просто налаштування, але з дітьми будь-якого віку це буде сприйматися як щось цікаве дуже і, справді, трохи магічне. Так, поїхали далі. Про На урок. Тут своя магія. За 5,5 років ми для вчителів англійської мови зробили доволі багато. У нас є цілий напрям підвищення кваліфікації для вчителів англійської мови, бібліотека розробок, тестів, є журнали, проєкти та олімпіади. І те, що я говорила, для вчителів з головної сторінки напряму підвищення кваліфікації іноземна мова. І тут є конференції, вебінари, курси за темою. І навіть якщо вони відбулися, ви все одно можете їх переглянути. Ви можете зайти в будь-який і знайти для себе щось цікаве. Наприклад, формувальне оцінювання на уроках англійської мови. Це той вебінар, який лежить в додаткових матеріалах до цього нашої з вами зустрічі. І цей вебінар про формувальне оцінювання за листопад, він вже відбувся, тому ви можете перейти і одразу вже переглянути його. Пані Ганна вже скоро буде виступати, але прорекламую її чудовий вебінар про формувальне оцінювання. І ви можете як вебінар, так і на інтенсиви конференції за темою заходити і переглядати одразу після реєстрації, там запис відкривається і можна дивитися. Власне, за таким самим принципом ви зможете переглянути і запис сьогоднішньої зустрічі нашої з вами. Так само курси. Курс Анастасії Шамрай, вона у нас часто виступала. І про основні там говоріння, читання, писання, це все в курсі можна знайти. Тому, якщо ви шукаєте для себе ще ідеї для взаємодії, для яких цікавих вправ, шукаєте, де ще можна досвід отримати, то обов'язково перегляньте записи або реєструйтесь на щось нове. З іншого боку, якщо ви хочете поділитися своїм досвідом, дайте нам знати, ми щось обов'язково придумаємо. Так, ну і так само це все в розділі підвищення кваліфікації. Всі можливості, обирайте те, що вам найбільше імпонує. Так, винесла сюди інтенсиви, вебінари. Вони всі чудові, їх багато, але ось такі найсвіжіші, напевно, що це 22-й рік. Можете натиснути на посилання і переглянути їх. І так само на курс від Анастасії Шамрай. Так, далі. Бібліотека розробок і бібліотека тестів. Ну, орієнтовно понад 25 тисяч розробок в бібліотеці розробок. І тут можна працювати, ну, наприклад, зараз ми це закриємо. І дивимося, якщо вам потрібні презентації, просто натискаєте презентації і дивитеся, що тут є. Можна написати тему, можна обрати клас, наприклад, для 9 класу, що додають колеги. Тут досвідом діляться саме колеги з усієї країни. Ви можете так само публікувати тут свої розробки. Ми проводимо попередню модерацію цих матеріалів. Єдине, що якщо ви раптом побачили щось там, чи вам здається, що це плагіат, або це реальний плагіат, ви завжди можете зайти в презентацію, будь-який матеріал і ознайомитися з ним, і можете поскаржитися і повідомити нам, і ми тоді швидше зможемо проаналізувати, що за проблема з матеріалом, і видалити його, якщо він порушує авторські права. Ну, це так, між іншим. Ми все-таки спокладаємося на те, що на академічну доброчесність, на добросовісність педагогів, але просто буває різне, буває механічне поплутання, щось завантажили не те. Тому ми будемо вдячні, якщо будете нам допомагати робити бібліотеку чистіше. Те ж саме з тестами. Подивіться, яка красива цифра, у нас тестів за рік. Це 22-й і початок 23-го року, 107 мільйонів тестів виконали за цей період. Дякуємо вам за таку довіру, і тестів задано понад 9 мільйонів разів. Так, тут так само, ну, принцип приблизно схожий, але єдине, що менше налаштування. Англійська мова, клас, і далі дивитися, ось якийсь на 32 запитання, ви можете собі працювати з цим тестом, можете створювати свій, можете його закривати від усіх, і вже можете працювати з ним. Ну, дивіться, от, наприклад, великий тест на 32 запитання, а для кого, як не для вчителів англійської мови, наприклад, флеш-картки є найціннішим, бо флеш-картки від початку для вчителів англійської мови, для вивчення лексики створювалися, і якщо у вас є базовий рівень сертифікації, його умови доволі прості, то ви натискаєте флеш-картки і ось таким чином просто потрібно там ставити якесь слово і з одного боку запитання, там завдання, з іншого боку відповідь. Можна обирати будь-яке запитання. Можна будь-який тест фактично перетворити на такі флеш-картки. Спробую зараз знайти з картинками, бо з картинками було цікавіше, напевно, але поки з картинками немає. Ну, нічого. Якщо без картинок, то і так воно. І можете, в принципі, доволі просто таким чином працювати. Можете перетворити тест на гру відповідності після домашнього завдання або самостійно і почати гру. Далі дивимося, в чому суть. На екран виводиться 8 пар запитання-відповідь, і потрібно поєднати ці пари між собою, щоб вони могли, маємо очистити все поле. Я не читаю зараз запитання, тому не хвилюйтеся. Це маємо на швидкість очистити все поле, поєднуючи запитання і відповідь. І так, таймер покаже, хто швидше, і ваші учні зможуть позмагатися між собою в класі і взагалі з усіма учасниками, хто цей тест використовував для того, щоб відповідність зробити. Далі, в реальному часі можете попрацювати з дітьми і, наприклад, зараз спробую приєднатися. Ну, ви, в принципі, можете. Ми зараз, не стоїть у нас мета приєднатися всім до режиму реального часу, але загалом, зараз як учень приєднаюся, бачите, я вже з'явилася. І вже якщо певна кількість учнів тут з'явилася, ну, до речі, якщо хочете, можете приєднатися, звичайний сканер на телефоні, вказуєте своє ім'я або даєте дітям посилання і цей код доступу, і далі я натискаю розпочати тест. Ну, перепрошую зараз, що от у мене вже відкрилися ці запитання і дивимося. Відповідь зарахована, вона в мене була неправильною. І далі, зараз, так, тут я правильно вгадала. Ви можете переглядати, ну, якщо у вас тут великий клас цілий, то з такою швидкістю переміщуються учні. От, і загалом ви можете в будь-який момент завершити тестування, хто встиг, хто не встиг, і далі вже аналізувати результати. Так, поки там підвантажується, бо комп'ютеру важко одразу і ефір робити, і аналізувати. Так, ось наші результати. Важко дається. Ну, от, один учасник, там середній результат доволі такий, ну, на два запитання відповіла. От, і можна проаналізувати, як і в домашніх завданнях, в принципі, аналізуємо конкретного учня і можемо весь клас, можемо завантажити результати по завданням чи загальні. Ну, безумовно, на кінець саме залишаю домашню роботу з налаштуваннями, там задати на клас, що завжди дуже рекомендую задавати саме на клас. Домашнє завдання, перемішуємо запитання, там тільки одна спроба проходження, тобто робимо ті налаштування, ставимо дату, до коли це треба, задаємо домашнє завдання і далі можемо ще прив'язати флеш-картки і гру відповідності для закріплення матеріалу, якщо є на те бажання. От, ну, загалом про тести ми вже доволі багато говоримо, це майже на кожній конференції і понад 30 вебінарів на цю тему було. Тому, якщо ви користуєтеся, дякую. Якщо є якісь запитання, можете їх поставити стосовно тестів тут, можете в службу підтримки. Ми обов'язково допоможемо і проконсультуємо раптом що. Але знаєте, що ви будь-який тест можете перетворювати домашнє завдання, режим реального часу, гра відповідності і флеш-картки. Так, далі. Ще про журнал, давайте так швиденько, у нас ось стаття, наприклад, як в додаткових матеріалах, нестандартні ідеї для перевірки знань на уроках англійської мови. От, але насправді для вчителів англійської мови у нас багато статей, там понад 100 так точно, тому слідкуйте за оновленнями, ми їх пишемо українською, от, але загалом цікаві ідеї ви завжди можете знайти. Стосовно Олімпіади, у нас зараз завершилася Олімпіада весна і перепрошую, зима, і скоро розпочнеться вже Олімпіада, яка буде весняна. І тут, безумовно, є різноманітні предмети, їх тут 20, і для англійської мови у нас є перший 11 клас, тому реєструйте учнів. Все безкоштовно для кожного учня, для всіх вчителів. Неважливо, ви одну дитину реєструєте чи 20-30 дітей, немає жодних обмежень на всі 20 предметів. Тому слідкуйте за оновленням, що буквально з дня на день ми оголосимо про початок реєстрації на новий етап Олімпіади. Так, ну тут ще конкурси, але і проєкти, до речі, для вчителів англійської мови тут так само можна знайти. Перегляньте каталог, у нас тут доволі багато проєктів. Так, і давайте вже про... часу не дуже багато залишилося. Гра від На Урок. Ось вона таким чином. Ви могли вже її бачити, але могли її пропустити. Дивіться, мотиваційно-розвивальна гра від На Урок. Тут можемо... В чому суть її? Є декілька сторінок таких. Смайлики, завдання. І маємо... Тут можемо емоції вивчати, можемо виконувати різноманітні завдання, там, яку картку витягнеш, це карткова настільна гра. І ви можете просто роздрукуєте 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 8 сторінок, з картками у вас 4 сторінки, і ви можете їх, якщо на один раз треба, можете так і залишити, можете на картонку їх наклеїти, як буде зручно. І далі, як з ними грати, правила гри, 36 карток, як ми працюємо, картки з завданнями, тобто всі деталі правила гри, це для вас більше, як для організатора такої гри можна дітям ці правила роздати. І можете працювати. Безумовно, це скоріше для більш молодших учнів, хоча я зовсім неправильно сказала, не можна так говорити, для молодших учнів, ніж для старших, хоча, чому би ні, ви краще знаєте, які завдання потрібні і що сприймають ваші учні. Тому, можливо, ви надихнетеся цією грою і створите в тій же Canvі чи в інших програмах створите свою гру, але використайте інші зображення з тими ж правилами. Не обмежуйте себе в цих ідеях, творіть це, знаєте, ми зробили своє, а ви можете на основі цього зробити своє. Був би час і... був би час і натхнення все це зробити. Дивлюся запитання. В яких програмах можна створювати ігри? Думаю, мої колеги-вебінари зможуть порадити такі, дивлячись, які ігри ви хочете саме робити. Є ж дуже багато ігор уже онлайн для англійської мови. А якщо про цю гру, то будь-яка гра, якщо складніше, то це щось на кшталт ілюстратора чи фотошопу. Якщо простіше, то це Canva. Можна зробити таке. Якщо особливо у вас для вчителів є можливість Canva for Education, використовувати безкоштовні можливості, повні можливості Canva і там творити, генерувати і так далі. Так, чи є англомовна картинка, розтяжка чогось щодо ігор, щоб склеївши можна грати? Пані Ольго, дивіться, дуже пораджу це пошукати в бібліотеці. Англійська мова і, можливо, матеріали для друку, або дизайн та оформлення, наприклад, англійська мова зараз. Так, таблиця з правилами. Є такого плану таблички різноманітні для друку, але ви можете подивитися. От зараз я дизайн та оформлення обрала, і тут доволі багато. Тому, можливо, щось знайдеться. Чесно, особисто в мене немає такого, але думаю, що таке є. Так, програма для вивчення англійської мови для початківців. Чесно, для початківців найкраще це буде вчитель, живий вчитель. Щодо таких порад, я користуюся, мені подобається читати додаток такий, називається Єва. В ньому, чим мені подобається, там є книги для різного рівня, і там можна читати, одразу фіксувати, з чого ти не знаєш, які слова, і англійською мовою. І там збираєш свій словничок, і там є тести на різні вправи, тобто доволі такий широкий додаток. Але все ж таки переконана, що якщо тільки починаєте, то старт краще робити з педагогом, який направить і розкаже, що як краще, а далі вже можна буде підкріплювати свої знання якимись додатковими додатками, там, цікавинками, сайтами, які, мабуть, найбільше імпонувати. Багато хто користується Duolingo, ну мені взагалі не зайшло. Але ж це справа смаку така. Так, знову ж таки, я затрималась на перерву, перепрошую, що вам трошечки скоротила перерву. Якщо будуть запитання, пишіть до служби підтримки. На сайті це у нас дуже просто знайти підтримку, зворотний зв'язок, і або на Facebook пишете, або на пошту. Намагатимуся якомога швидше відповідати, і не хвилюйтеся, якщо трошечки затягується в терміні. Ну, бо різне буває. Зараз, слава Богу, зі світлом все добре, але ж, самі розумієте, а частина нашої команди живе в Харкові, тому є різноманітні нюанси. Але ми сподіваємося, що вже дуже-дуже скоро все стабілізується. І, звісно, буде наша перемога, бо як інакше. Так, я буду закінчувати. Дякую вам за увагу. Щиро дякую. Пам'ятайте, що у вас є сила навчатися, розвиватися, змінювати нашу освіту на краще і наближати нашу перемогу. Вірте в себе, вірте в своїх учнів. Приходьте до нас. Команда освітнього проєкту «На Урок» продовжує працювати для вчителів України, і ми будемо робити все для того, аби в майбутньому у вас було багато можливостей для власного розвитку. Тому слідкуйте, залишайтесь з нами і слідкуйте за нашими оновленнями. За уже 4 хвилинки зустрічайте пані Ганну Дудіч, і о 18-й перед вами виступить пані Ганна Тащенко. Раптом щось зміниться в програмі, ну усяке буває, ми обов'язково повідомимо, тому слідкуйте і за листами, які ми вам надсилаємо регулярно, і за повідомленнями в чаті. Дякую вам іще раз за увагу. Ви чудові. Я дуже хвилювалася виступати перед вчителями англійської мови, але сподіваюся, що все добре. Натхнення вам, гарного настрою. Далі залишайтеся з нами. Запис всього буде вам доступний. Бережіть себе. Віримо в наших захисників, допомагаємо нашим Збройним силам і віримо в краще. Ще раз дякую. На все добре і слава Україні!
Добрий день, шановні колеги! Рада вітати вас на вебінарі освітнього проєкту «На Урок». Good evening, my dear colleagues. And today we are going to speak with you about using graphic organizers at the lessons of English, both online and offline. So first of all, I would like to see how good you can, how well you can hear me and how well you can see me. So if you are ready for our webinar, can you please put a sign or a plus in your chat box answering the question, do you use graphic organizers at the lessons of English? If you use them, please put a plus. If you don't use them, please put a minus. Yeah, naturally, I can see lots of pluses, and I'm sure that you do use graphic organizers, but maybe today I will tell you about some tips or ideas how you can use them more effectively. So first of all, a few words about myself. My name is Ганна Дудіч, and I am a teacher of English and a vice principal at Taras Shevchenko Lyceum in Kropivnitsky. I'm a Global Teacher Prize 2017 Top 50 finalist and Global Education and Skills Forum speaker and an ambassador of a number of educational projects where actually I learn regularly about educational innovations and share these innovations with you with the help of educational project Na Urok. So what are we going to speak about today? First of all, we will discuss what is a graphic organizer. Then we will see how we can use graphic organizers at different stages of the lesson. Then we will discuss with you how we can develop key language skills with the help of graphic organizers. We will speak with you about working online and offline with the help of graphic organizers, and we will discuss with you the benefits of using graphic organizers. So first of all, the main question is, what is a graphic organizer? Let's take just the simplest definition from Wikipedia, and a graphic organizer is a pedagogical tool that uses visual symbols to express knowledge and concepts through the relationships between them. They can be of different types, and the main purpose of a graphic organizer is to provide a visual aid to facilitate learning and instruction. You all know that our students, our modern students, they are children of the digital age, and they mostly learn through visuals, and they need visual support to learn better and to remember the material better. So that is why I consider graphic organizers to be very helpful for teachers of different subjects and of English as well. So how can teachers use different graphic organizers? There are different types and ideas. First of all, at different stages of the lesson, you can use graphic organizers at the beginning of the lesson to motivate students to see how they are feeling at the beginning of the lesson, to do our famous formative assessment to see what they already know about the subject. You can use graphic organizers to develop different language skills in the middle part of the lesson while you are practicing different skills. You can use them to organize peer work and group work and also for project work. If you speak about different stages of the lesson, you can use graphic organizers like before instruction, for example, to activate prior knowledge, during instruction, while reading or listening, or to prepare for speaking or for writing, for example. Or you can use them after instruction to summarize and review, to prepare for a test, for example, to see how well they understood grammar. And we will discuss with you now in details all these different possible types of graphic organizers. So, first of all, the beginning of the lesson. We usually start our lesson with a kind of a warm-up activity or a lead-in activity. So here are just two examples. The first example of a graphic organizer is a typical one which probably some of you have used. It is called KWL chart. For this, you need to draw a simple table on an A4 sheet of paper, and label the columns in the table in the following way. The first column would be K, meaning what I know. The second column, W, what I wonder or what I would like to learn. And the last column, L, learning, what I learned. At the beginning of the lesson, you ask tell your students what the topic of the lesson is, what you are going to learn, and you ask them to fill in the first and the second columns. In the first column, they write what they already know about this topic, and in the second column, where they write what they would like to learn about it. And later on, at the end of the lesson, when you already presented the new topic, when you discussed it, you ask your students to fill in the last column, and they put down what they learned already. So it's a kind of formative assessment, and it helps students to see if the lesson actually met their expectations, if they learned what they were hoping to learn at the lesson, or maybe something will be left for the next lesson, for tomorrow, for next week, and they will discover something else for themselves, or maybe they need to learn independently to answer their questions. So it's a really good analytical tool to do this kind of lead-in activity. If your main purpose at the beginning of the lesson is not to see what they already know about the topic, but to check how they are feeling, you can use the second type of diagram, which you can see now on the screen. So it can be the mood chart. And I put a screen from Canva where you can conduct an online group activity. On top, you would put on top of this graphic organizer, you can put the names of the students, and you drop the link to this group activity made in Canva to the chat box in Zoom or in Google Meet or in any other video conferencing tool that you are using with your students, and ask them to drag the tag with their name into corresponding column and show how they are feeling in the column with the corresponding emotion. And it works really great. It doesn't take a lot of time, and you can see right away how your students are feeling at the beginning of the lesson. You can do the same type of activity at the end of the lesson and see how their mood changed during the lesson. Maybe you were able to make them feel better. And after the lesson of English, they are feeling happier than at the beginning of the lesson. And also, I would like to tell you that you can do the same activity not only in an online format. You can print out the same kind of graphic organizer and do this activity physically in class, asking your students to put a tick, for example, in the column which belongs to the feeling that they are experiencing right now, or just write their name in the corresponding column. So it's up to you to choose what kind of activity you would do online or offline. So you started your lesson with the help of a graphic organizer. Now it's time to move on. It's not a secret that most of us teach in mixed classrooms. And in our classrooms, there would be some students who have got really top marks and who are really experienced in learning English and who are doing their best. There would be some students who have average knowledge, and there would be some students who are actually struggling and who would like to to use some help from their colleagues, from their classmates, not only from the teacher. And when we are preparing the tasks, we usually try to differentiate our instructions. So let me present you this graphic organizer, which can be used by teachers to differentiate instructions. After writing the first task with your students, with any group of students, you can put down the list of your students in the class or in the group, not in the alphabetical order, but according to their level of achievements. And you can put down the names of excellent students, students who did their task in top and got the top marks in the first row. Then below would go students who have completed their tasks on grades 7, 8, and 9, like the good division, the good part. Then below average, 5, 6, and 4, and then the beginner, 1, 2, 3. If you write down your students in such an order, then it will be easier for you to choose the groups for differentiation and give your students tasks which will be suitable for the purpose of the lesson. So if you choose your groups horizontally, then you will have homogeneous groups of students of different abilities, and thus you may provide those students with tasks of different levels of difficulty. And each group and each student in such a situation will have their own situation of success. Because those who are beginners, who have low level of knowledge of English, will do the task which they are capable of doing, and they will succeed and they will be happy. At the same time, those who have excellent marks, top marks, they will have a more difficult task and they will not be bored while doing the task. And everybody will be busy at the same time. But if you want your students to work in mixed ability groups, and if you want your strongest students help those who are struggling with their English, then you would choose type 1, where you would have one student from each ability level. So there would be a student with excellent marks, a student with good marks, a student with marks below average, and a student with beginner level in one group. And you would ask your students, your strongest students, to help their classmates who are struggling. And all the groups will do similar tasks, not of different levels of difficulty, but at the same time, you will see that your stronger ones are acting as your teacher assistants and helping their friends. And students are learning from students, and everybody is engaged and everything works fine. So you can see that graphic organizers can be used not only to teach students, but also to help teachers. So we organized the middle part of the lesson. Now it's time to move to the end of the lesson. What about homework? How can we use graphic organizers for homework? Well, one activity which I tried with my students is called the homework choice board. It worked really great and my students enjoyed it. And this choice board, of course, can't be used at every lesson. Sometimes you need just to give your students practice exercises for homework, but it can work quite well at the end of the topic when you finish the unit and your students have learned some vocabulary already, they know some grammar that you studied, and you want to give them some choice. And they want to feel independent. They will be making their own choices. You can, of course, modify this table. You don't need to have as many slots here as you can see now on this example table. You can put different types of tasks here on the table, depending on what you have taught your students, on what they have learned. So let's look at some of the examples. one example, read a news article about some current events and write 10 interview questions you would like to ask one of the people introduced in the story. Or draw a word web with 6 new words you have learned recently and think of 5 words related to each of them. Or choose a picture, record a description of the picture and send it to your teacher and make sure that you bring a copy of the picture so that you can we can guess in class what you were talking about, or whatever. So there are different types of tasks. And as I said, you can modify the tasks. You can make them simpler so that your younger students would be able to choose the right homework task for themselves and do this task for the next lesson. So it works really well because students, while doing this kind of activity, they have the feeling of ownership. So they are responsible for what they have chosen, and they will not be able to tell you that, oh, this task was boring, the teacher gave us the boring task. No, because they chose the task themselves. They have a choice of like 4 or 8 or 16 or whatever options, and it's up to them to choose whatever they are interested in. So this is another graphic organizer which can be used for homework and, of course, modified. And you can see the link below, the link to on the same page ELT WordPress blog, where I took this activity from, and they have got lots of other interesting ideas. So please go ahead and check that blog for English teachers. You will find a lot of information there. Now, imagine that we are studying any kind of topic, and you are practicing developing reading skills or listening skills or speaking skills. What kind of graphic organizers can you use for that? I put developing reading, listening, and speaking all together into one slide because I think that some graphic organizers can be used for any of these purposes, to develop any of these major language skills. Let's take the first one, my favorite one, Venn diagram. It's a very popular kind of old diagram which is used to find similarities and differences between two ideas or two things that we are studying. It can be used, for example, while reading. When you are reading a text and there are 2 characters and you need to find something similar and different between these 2 characters. Or when you are reading, for example, with your children a text about British traditions and you want to compare them with Ukrainian traditions. You use this Venn diagram, and on the one hand, the students are using the text from textbooks, and on the other hand, they are using their experience, their knowledge of our Ukrainian traditions. So the idea is you draw two circles which overlap, and in the middle part, the students put all the similar ideas, which so everything which is similar between 2 people or 2 ideas or 2 things or whatever. And on those parts which are opposite, which do not intersect, they put the differences which they find between 2 people or 2 ideas that they are reading about. To develop the topic, you can also use spider maps, where in the center, in the middle, the students would write the idea or the topic, and then on the spider's legs, they would write the supporting things, or supporting arguments or ideas which they found in the text which they are reading, or in the text which they are listening to. It is good for developing, for example, listening skills when you are telling them that, okay, students, you are going to listen to a text about London. Please use these spider maps to put down everything which you can hear about this city. And they may just very quickly put down all the ideas which they can hear. from the text, and then they will be able to report back to you using this spider diagram and just using the ideas which they put down. You can also use the wheel, the topic wheel, where in the middle you put down the topic, and on these flower petals you put down all different ideas. You can put down the question words there, who, what, where, when, and the children will have to either find this information in the text that they are reading, or listen to and try to hear this information in the text that they are listening. So it's up to you to decide how you are going to use these diagrams while practicing reading, listening, and speaking. My other favorite diagram or graphic organizer, which I quite often use with my students, is a group voting tool from Canva. In Canva, there are a lot of tools for group work, a lot of graphic organizers for group work, and I will talk about it in details a little bit later today. But this one works very well for developing speaking skills. So let me explain to you how it is done. So when you go to your Canva account and you go to the section group work, group templates, you can choose this template for group voting. In the middle, you put down the question that you would like your group to discuss. For example, we were reading a text in our textbooks about modern cities and about life in skyscrapers. So my question was, would you like to live in a residential high-rise building which has got like 100 floors or whatever? And there are only two options, yes and no. And students, so I drop the link to this voting tool into our Zoom chat, and I ask my students to choose the position and very quickly jot down the explanation why they have chosen it. Only like 1 or 2 words, and then speak up and explain your idea. And you can see a screen from the lesson where my students put down their ideas, why they would like to live in a residential high-rise building, or why they wouldn't like to do it. So if you are not conducting a lesson online, if you are working like face-to-face in school, you can also use this kind of template. And actually, you don't need any technology for this. When we are at school physically, I usually just divide the blackboard in half and write down on one part yes and on the other one no, and ask my students to stand up and take the position. And then they would usually line up in 2 lines in front of the blackboard. And it's also kind of a physical activity for them to stand up at the middle of the lesson and move a little bit and choose the position. And then they need to explain their choice, why they have chosen yes or no. And I can limit them to 1 or 2 sentences if I want them to do it quickly. Or I can set a time limit, like explain it in 1 minute, and they would do it in 1 minute. And then as they explain, they sit down. So it's a very quick activity where they not only practice speaking, but also doing some movement, which is really good for the students who are sitting all the time. And in such a way, you can practice speaking and practice some physical activity. So the next type of graphic organizers are the organizers which can be used to practice writing. It is not a secret for teachers that very often our students do not write draft copies. They, when we ask them to write an essay, they would just sit down and write down their ideas and give them back to teachers, and that is all. But actually, they do not spend time planning their writing. I suggest you introduce them these graphic organizers which can help them plan their ideas. The first one, which is very simple, it helps them divide the ideas into 3 basic paragraphs: the beginning, the middle part, and the end. So whenever you ask them, for example, write an essay about your typical day, so ask them to write a draft copy on such kind of graphic organizers, and then they will not forget to write it using paragraphs. They will see how many sentences they have got in different parts of the essay, and everything will be organized. The second type of a graphic organizer, which you can see now, is also taken from Canva. It is called Planning an Essay. And here you can see different sections, like main question that they would like to discuss in the essay. For example, the advantages and disadvantages of using public transport in my native city. Yes. Then main argument. What argument would be for or against this question? Then different activities or different words which can be used for introduction. Grammar, keywords. So what grammar would they use while writing this kind of essay? Because they need to understand clearly. If they are writing, for example, about their last holidays, they need to use past simple. If they are writing about public transport in their native city, they need to use present simple. So keywords. First of all, before you start writing, put down all the keywords that you need to use in your essay, and maybe some synonyms, or how you, in order not to repeat yourself in different paragraphs. Yes. If they are writing a topic with writing an essay with their personal opinion, it needs to be supported by something. They can write about research, like why do I have such idea? Where did I take this data from? Maybe from some source on the internet, and of course conclusion. And all different other supporting interesting things which they can use while writing or planning an essay. This kind of diagram can be used by students of like 9th or 10th or 11th form. Of course, the simpler one would be more suitable for students of the middle school or even the elementary school. Can you use graphic organizers while teaching grammar? Yes, sure you can. I have got such an idea for you. Why not use this step-by-step graphic organizer? Usually when we are teaching complex grammar, like, for example, passive voice, we need to explain a kind of algorithm to our students. So how to change, for example, sentences from active into passive. Very often we can find such type of tasks in our textbooks. So rewrite the sentences from active into passive. How would you do this? Usually I explain my students that there is set of steps that you need to take. First, find the object of the active sentence. So they can put it like step number 1, find the object. Yes. Then step number 2, make it a subject of a passive sentence. Yes. So they write step number 2, and where you have got details, you can put down examples or draw something. So whatever, it's up to you to decide. Another grammar topic which can be used with or explained with the help of this graphic organizer is how to choose which conditional sentence to use. 0 conditional, first conditional, second conditional. So you can also put down like a step-by-step instructions to your students, or you can ask your students to read the rule in the textbook and write, filling this graphic organizer themselves. Write down like step-by-step instructions, and in this way they would understand the rule better, because they will process it. They will try to understand each step of the process of writing a sentence using this or that grammar structure. It is also very helpful, and it helps students also to understand grammar deeper and to look for examples and to see how to use different grammar structures. Can you use graphic organizers while teaching vocabulary? Yes, sure. From old school experience, usually when we ask our students to write down vocabulary, we can picture such a notebook where there would be several columns. In the first column there would be a word, in the middle column there would be a transcription, and then in the third column there would be a translation. But this is boring and not always effective. I would rather advise you and your students to use graphic organizers for vocabulary, for teaching new vocabulary, where the words will be organized according to the topic you are learning. Because when you are asked to learn the words about one topic, then you can see this structure. So you can see now a group mind map, which can be used for this purpose from Canva again, or you can see a typical like old school paper version of this kind of graphic organizer, where in the middle there would be the topic that you are learning, and then there would be like subtopics, and then the words. And you can see a screen from the vocabulary notebook of one of my students. And the student organized the vocabulary according to the way which was suitable for him. And it was like individual work. We were talking about means of transport and traveling. That was like the general topic. And this student organized the words into these subcategories: public transport, kinds of traveling, and also he made some marks like using verbs or using some other parts of speech or whatever, in order it was useful and productive and effective for this very student. The other student may have organized the words into in his vocabulary exercise or notebook in a different way. The topic would be still the same, transport and means of traveling, but a child would organize the vocabulary in the way which seems meaningful and logical for this child, because we all have different thinking process, and what seems to be logical for me may be completely misleading for somebody else. So give them the words and the idea of this mind map, and ask them organize the words in the way they like. And if they need translation of the words, of course they can put the translation there, and it's up to them to decide. Now, another way of using graphic organizers is to work with projects, to prepare project work. My favorite graphic organizer for doing project work is a very simple Kanban board for project work. So what is a Kanban board? It's actually a table divided into 3 columns. The first column would be a to-do list. Then the second column is in progress. And the last column is done. So when you start any type of educational project with your students, you put all the stages of the project, all different parts of the project, and all information related to it in the first column, to do. You may also set the deadlines. When should each stage of the project be done? I usually use a Padlet tool for this kind of activity. And you set this Kanban board as the background for your Padlet board for your students. You give all your students the access to this Padlet, And as we can move all the posts on the Padlet freely, as the project goes on, you move different stages of the project, different posts related to the project, from the first column, which is to do, to the second one, which is in progress, when you have already started fulfilling this or that task related to your project. And when the task is finished, you move it to the third column, which is done. And it helps you understand where your students need help, and where they have, on which part of the project, on which stage of the project they are working quite well, and they don't need any extra attention from your side. So it helps you facilitate the project. And as all the stages of the project are moved to the last part, which is done, you see that your educational project is complete, and you can come up with like the presentation of the project, and you ask your students to present the project. So it's a great interactive tool with really simple instruments like Padlet, which is very easy. And this interactivity, it makes sense to students, because they see also that they have their ownership of the project, that you are not the main person in the project, but they also own the ideas, and they are responsible for meeting deadlines, for completing all the parts of the project. So they take responsibility for doing their educational project. Now, how can you use graphic organizers when you are teaching online? I found a really great resource in Zoom. In Zoom, there are a lot of templates for message boards. So, you know, most of you use just a regular whiteboard while teaching in Zoom. And you can use also ready-made templates to organize different kinds of work. You can choose from a great number of templates already available. And when you click the share button, this template opens on the whiteboard, and all your students have access to it, and they can participate in just filling in the table and writing down their ideas. You can see these instruments, Zoom instruments, which are they are typical for everybody. So you need to choose the last one, entitled Whiteboards. And when you click on it, you will see all these possible templates and choose one of the available templates suitable for your purpose of the lesson. So here are some examples, graphic organizers from Zoom, which I used with my students. I haven't tried all of them because there are a lot of templates, but I have tried some. One of them is called a storyboard. It can be used while, for example, preparing for speaking. You can give your students a topic and ask them to choose pictures to illustrate each idea related to the topic. And in the section called description, ask them to write down some words or some sentences connected with the topic they are going to present. It can be done individually, or it can be done as a group. It depends on your purpose of the task, and it depends on your idea, what you would like to do further at the lesson. Then the next one, already known to us, Venn diagram. In order to fill in this Venn diagram, your students need to look at the panel of instruments, which is situated to the left of this template, and choose a sticker. Place it either in the middle where two circles intersect, or to the sides, and just click on this sticker and write down whatever they need. If they want to compare two ideas or two things. For example, you can see a screen from one of our lessons. We were reading about two museums, one in the USA and one in Great Britain, and we were comparing these two museums. What can you see there? What can you find there? And so on. Then the chart that I have already spoken about, Know, Wonder, Learn on KWL, which you can use at the beginning of the lesson. It is also available online in your Zoom whiteboards in templates. So the students again choose a sticker from the board of instruments to the left and place it either in the first column or in the second or in the third, and then it will be one collective KWL chart for the whole group, and then you will compare their expectations at the beginning of the lesson and the results at the end of the lesson. So speaking about another tool, so we have already discussed graphic organizers in Zoom. Where else can you find graphic organizers online? I have found quite a lot of graphic organizers in Canva. You can use graphic organizers in Canva while conducting an online lesson in Zoom or in Teams or in Google Meet, in any video conferencing tool. You go to your Canva account and you need to choose one of the two possible like groups of templates. These kinds of templates can be situated either in the section called Group Work, where you will find different templates for organizing online interactive group activities, or Brainstorm Whiteboard. This kind of activity would provide you the template to share your screen for collective brainstorming. So you choose the option Share a Link, copy the link and share the link to the template you have chosen in your chat box with your students. The students will click on the link and access the board and start working together. If they have the Google accounts, they can like sign up with Google, Gmail, for example, and just start collaborating all together. And while sharing the screen, you will be able to see the work live. So as they are adding some ideas to these graphic organizers, you will be able just to see who is writing, because they will be reading the name of the student, and you will see what they are writing. So it works really great. You can also share the link as homework, and then the students who were not able to participate live will be able to add their ideas after the lesson, because this kind of graphic organizer will be available for them asynchronously. Okay, so let's say that you are teaching in an old school regular classes offline. Where should you find templates for graphic organizers? Of course, there are tons of templates, free templates of graphic organizers available online, and you can just Google and search for the organizers that you need. But I advise you to follow the link that you can see now, and there you can see the whole pack of different free graphic organizers. They are free to use, free to download. They are very well developed, and some of them are very simple, like a spider diagram, and some of them are quite funny, like this ice cream cone. You can choose the diagram that will be most suitable for the age level of your students, and just to work, which will suit for the purpose of the lesson, yes, for the skill that you are going to develop. Print them out and use them during the regular class with your students. Or there is another variant. You can use the PDF version of these graphic organizers, and place them in the learning management system that you are using if you are teaching online. So you have different variants. My advice, I usually print, if I'm teaching offline, I usually print some blank copies of these graphic organizers and keep them just in case in my classroom. I usually have some blank copies of a Venn diagram, which can be used practically for everything, or this wheel diagram, which can be used to develop the topic, or this brainstorming map, where you just develop different ideas of vocabulary related to the topic. So I usually would have like 5 copies of blank diagrams or graphic organizers in my class. And if we need to brainstorm some ideas, I would give them to our groups of students, and we just start working with them. It is really helpful to have them at hand at any time. So let us sum up our webinar for today, and what are the benefits of using graphic organizers in the EFL classroom. First of all, graphic organizers help students organize their thoughts, because very often our teenagers have got so many thoughts and ideas in their heads that they just need some help organizing them, putting them in order. It helps our students understand the relationship between different ideas, the relationship between grammar and the written text, for example, the relationship between different parts of the text, the relationship between different parts of speech, for example, whatever. So in general, relationship between different ideas. And also it helps them visualize complex information. If something seems to be very difficult for them, try to find the graphic organizer that might help them make things easier. And they will be thankful, and you will be happy that they understood the material. So thank you for your information, and now I'm open to questions. I was following the chat, but I couldn't find any questions exactly there. They were like comments mostly, but no questions. So correct me if I'm wrong. I can see only words of thanks. So if there are no questions about graphic organizers, then probably it is time for us to say goodbye, and thank you for your attention. Дякую вам за увагу і до побачення, до нових зустрічей.
Okay. Well, hello, dear colleagues. I do hope that you can hear me and you can see me. Well, that we'll be able to interact during our session. So please, if I ask you to write something down in the chat or just well, give any of your ideas, please do so, so that we could benefit from this time as much as possible. Well, as I have the chat and your questions on my mobile phone, so well, from time to time I'll be looking there, which might look a little bit strange. But well, our topic for today will be mediation in teaching English, and in teaching English specifically as lingua franca, which has become quite a popular concept today. And well, today we have actually a variety of approaches, a variety of concepts as for well, as for teaching English, as for learning English, etc. Before we actually proceed to our topic, and before we start speaking about some ideas that, well, actually we could probably use in our teaching and in our lessons to, well, to ensure that kind of mediation, I'd like you to put in the chat just to check our connection. Well, what do you think, what is mediation in teaching English? What is that? Like, what do you know about it? Maybe where that concept originated from? Well, any of your ideas. Anything that you might think of. And, well, if you have any, well, actually, any ideas how to implement it, or maybe you are already implementing it, you are most welcome to share your ideas with the colleagues, and maybe to enrich our understanding of what mediation is as such. Okay, great. So we have using media in lessons. Great, right? Yeah, this is kind of important today, and yeah, like probably no lesson can, well, can go by without using any media. Right. Well, anything else that you can think of? Well, I do hope that, well, that actually everybody kind of has some kind of an idea of that. And using English, okay, we have using English as a common language by speakers who, okay, who are different, whose native languages are different. Good. Right. And that is actually it. And this is the thing that we are going to talk about today. Yeah, it's using interactive materials. Great. So, well, just to give you brief information about me and what I'm doing. I'm an associate professor at Kazan University. So I teach mostly to adults, but also to teens. And that is why I am really interested in teaching English as lingua franca. And probably, well, some of you already mentioned that idea that today, really, English is no longer what it used to be, and it is used in many instances. It is used by non-native speakers and not native speakers, and for that reason, what I'm going to talk today is, well, sort of a new aspect of the CFR scale that we know well, and our agenda for today would be mediation according to the Council of Europe and how this concept is viewed within the within the CFR scale as such. And then we'll look at different types of mediation in teaching English, and maybe some ideas how we could help our students to become more efficient mediators. Actually, the term of mediation has been circulating in the documentation of the European Council for quite a long time already. But officially, it was introduced, I think, like in 2001 it was introduced for the first time, but as a criterion officially, it was implemented in 2018. And it was actually introduced as one of the criteria of language mastery, together with the traditional reading, writing, listening skills, speaking skills, etc. But strangely, it hasn't received as much coverage in the field of language teaching in itself yet. Possibly, on the one hand, it is sort of obvious that as teachers, we realize that it is essential, and not just like essential, but it's the purpose of language learning to turn our students into effective mediators, into effective communicators, etc. Still, I'd like to revisit this concept and maybe suggest some things that we could introduce in our lessons. Not to change the content as such, not to change the ways we used to teach, not to change the materials, because, very frequently they are quite fixed for us. But there are some things and some components that we could use to kind of reinforce the aspect of mediation in our classrooms and make our students really effective mediators and, essentially it means communicators. First of all, I'd like to, introduce the concept of mediation as it is used by the European Council. It's, of course, mediation can apply to various media, meaning interaction with different technologies, etc. But according to the European Council and according to the CFR scale, actually the concept that is used in the CFR scale, mediation is a social and cultural process of creating conditions for communication and cooperation, despite all the difficulties that might arise in the process. So basically, it refers to a situation when the learner, or basically the user of the language, acts as a social agent who creates bridges and helps to construct knowledge and convey meanings. Mediation, it's not another skill that we need to add to the traditional skills that we already teach quite successfully. Rather, mediation is a way of kind of exploiting speaking, listening, reading, writing, all of those skills in order to create bridges and connections between people, between content, and function effectively in the ever-changing world. The concept of mediation was kind of introduced due to a global understanding that language is no longer an art which must be mastered to perfection. Rather, it is, kind of a tool that we use in everyday life to achieve sort of a result. And basically, this is learning English as lingua franca, as a language of international communication. And the goal here is to make yourself understood, not to speak perfect English. It's about being intelligible rather than being accurate. And I'd like to illustrate that with a very short extract from a TED Talk, which maybe you have already seen, but it quite clearly demonstrates, this perception of the English language as a tool and as actually one more way to pursue our goals and to achieve them.
And if we listen to every conversation in English on planet Earth right now, we would notice that 96% of those conversations involved non-native English speakers. Only 4% of those conversations are native speaker to native speaker. This is not my language anymore. This language belongs to you. It's not an art to be mastered. It's just a tool to use to get a result. And I want to give you a real life example of what English is today in the world, real English today. This is another true story. I was at a barbecue a little while ago. This was a barbecue for engineers from all over the world. And they were making hot dogs. Now, some of the hot dogs were regular hot dogs, and some were these cheese hot dogs, you know, with the cheese in the middle. French engineer is cooking the hot dogs, and he turns to this Korean engineer and he says, would you like a hot dog? And the Korean guy says, yes, please. He says, do you want the cheese? And the Korean guy looks around at the table. He says, I no see cheese. French guy says, the hot dog contains the cheese. Korean guy doesn't understand him, right? So the French engineer tries again. The hot dog is making from with the cheese. Korean guy still doesn't understand. He tries again. He says, the hot dog is coming from. No, the cheese is coming from the hot dog. Korean guy cannot understand. Now this Japanese engineer who's been listening to this conversation turns to the Korean engineer and he says, cheese integrator. He understands, okay? Everybody understands. So this is what English is today. It's just a tool to play around with to get a result, like a computer game.
Okay, well, possibly you've already seen this video, or at least heard the idea, like that English now is no longer kind of an art, but it's what we use to do our jobs, to interact with people throughout the world, to travel, etc. And sometimes it doesn't matter how accurate we are. And still, in our classrooms, only too frequently, we focus on accuracy. We evaluate our students on their accuracy and not on the fact that they can communicate their message, even if it's not that accurate, even if it contains mistakes. And this change of perspective actually requires us to modify our behavior in class. It's not really about changing the activities, though maybe that too. But it is about our instructions, about our feedback, about the guidance throughout an activity that we need to kind of modify. And to suggest some of the things that we could consider, I'll actually use the classification provided by the Council of Europe, namely, mediating a text, mediating concepts, mediating communication. All of those aspects are combined to describe an efficient communicator, an efficient mediator. The first type of mediation involves, passing on the context of a text. The context and the content for a variety of reasons. It can be because people do not have access, for example, for linguistic reasons, cultural reasons, or technical reasons, to a certain text. Or, basically transferring the content to start a discussion, for example. And text here means both written text and, oral text, so the text that we hear. And within this category, there are the following types of mediation activities, such as note-taking, relaying information, explaining data, expressing response to creative text, but actually it can be even about any text, not only creative text. And of course, reading and listening, they constitute an integral part of any course book. However, in really many cases, we put more emphasis on whether the students understand what they read or what they listened to. Yeah, even the skimming exercises that are kind of good for this purpose, but the tasks are often built in the way that requires students to, develop the ability to not to quickly grab the general idea of the text, but to look for some specific information in the text without actually maybe totally understanding the general point of this piece of oral text or written text, doesn't matter. And in that way, we actually do not teach our students to work with the text, to give some kind of continuation to that material. We use questions, we use true-false exercises, etc. Which is great, because we need to understand whether the students actually see what the text is about. And of course, this is necessary. But we do not give them the space to analyze the text, to maybe summarize it verbally, or in a visual form, for that matter, to put it, on a mind map, or on a slide, or use any means of graphic organization of data, for example. Not so often we ask them to express their opinion about the content, challenge any of the ideas that they encounter in this text. And these are the things that are most suitable to get the result, to make students really efficient mediators and efficient communicators, because this is something that we do in the real world. We do not just read, in most cases, we do not read just for the sake of reading. We do not listen just for the sake of listening. We read a text or we listen to a text in order to do something about it. Maybe to tell about it, to tell somebody about it. Maybe to express our ideas or our criticism about it. Maybe to use it in kind of a business context, to present this idea to your colleagues in some way. It really depends, but to read or listen just for the point of listening and reading, it doesn't work. And for that purpose, there is not much to change to the materials that we use, because it depends on the age, it depends on the level of the students, etc. But these are just some things that we could do spontaneously. We could just read a text, check understanding, and then ask the students to speak on the text, or to visualize the text if it's some kind of a classification or something, to create a mind map, to create a diagram, to explain the meaning of the text to their colleagues. And here, what is already good is jigsaw reading or listening. So it performs pretty well this function, because it gives space for some real communication, as it works as sort of an information gap, basically. It gives the reason to communicate, to speak, but also to listen, and to organize information in the way that the other person actually has the reason to listen to this piece of information. And therefore, when the students realize and really get into the habit of being asked all those things, all those questions, when they realize that teachers are interested in their ideas about the text, when what they consider relevant or secondary, what they agree or disagree with, which information they might find contradictory, they will get also in the habit of thinking critically. And they will also be motivated to read, because they will see it as a topic for discussion. And this is something, this purpose of reading or listening, it must be the key point both of our instructions and our feedback. And at the very beginning, we must tell our students that we read not just to read, not just to understand, but we want to discuss a topic, or we want to produce some poster on the basis of the data, whatever. So that actually our students didn't see it as a task, but saw it as like the starting point for something else, for a project, for a debate, for whatever that might be. As for the next component, which is mediating concepts. According to the CFR, concepts are mediated when students collaborate. So you can see that there are several categories, several points, but essentially all of them are about collaboration on the basis of the content. So to some extent, probably this category can be considered as like the logical outcome of interacting with texts, because it deals with collaborating on the basis of some content to get sort of a result. These skills, they're not purely linguistic in nature. Of course, obviously we need language to manage those situations, but we also need a kind of emotional intelligence. We need the ability to find common ground, to ensure equal participation in the group, for instance. We need to remain goal-oriented and remember why we actually speak about it. And what could come in handy here, again, actually this is something that we do in any productive task. Yeah, so it's not something kind of new. And of course, first of all, we need to use a lot of group work and pair work, which is, again, nothing new. But we could also modify our feedback, because certainly, normally we give feedback on what? We give feedback on accuracy, on language accuracy. We provide some better ways of expressing some ideas. But at the same time, we should also mention, for example, the group dynamics, whether they managed to get everybody talking, whether they were really listening to the ideas of each other, whether they were helping each other with the language, even if it's possible, if there is one common language in the classroom, and even if not, yeah, because sometimes they could really help each other just to express the idea better, clearer, etc. If there was a clear-cut outcome to the group work, some kind of a ranking or a solution to the problem or whatever, you could also give feedback on the quality of the product. Not the linguistic part of it, but the quality, let's say, of the idea. The quality of, of the presentation of that idea. Again, structurally, from the point of view of content, not from the point of view of language. It shouldn't be it mustn't be about criticism, but just some things that they could improve, and how they could adjust their interaction to actually streamline the conversation, to show them that how their discussion could go better. Maybe this can be something about assigning roles differently. Maybe it can be about sources of information that they use, if appropriate. Yeah, if, for example, this is some kind of a project, yeah, and they're more or less free in the choice of the information that they use, that they look for. It's very much content dependent and context dependent as well. But again, in this way, students learn that, communication is much more than just language, that they need to collaborate with other people, and this is key, not the language. Sometimes language is, it is essential, but sometimes even knowing the language and speaking it perfectly doesn't really yield a result. Sometimes communication is about getting your message across, as what we've seen in the video. The language is pretty much incorrect, and still everybody understands. Sometimes it is about the way to tackle the problem. Sometimes it is about, actually getting the right way to speak about the problem even. Sometimes it's about not even speaking, but active listening and showing that, part that you're interested, that you're not indifferent to the topic for that matter. Sometimes it's about being tactful enough to change the subject when you understand that, well, something is kind of wrong. And if you're unable to do that, actually, like, your language level pretty much doesn't matter. What we've seen in this extract from the TED Talk, and the engineer, who said, choose integrator. We do not know his real level, maybe he was C1. But he did what was necessary to ensure communication in that moment. He was focused not on himself, not on the accuracy of his language, but on the other person, and the person who was lost, and with whom he didn't have like one common language. So for him, the only way was to adapt the language to the person in front of him. And basically, if you have the result, it doesn't matter much whether you're correct, incorrect, whether you follow some, I don't know, stylistic conventions, whatever. It's just about getting your message across. And of course, maybe the highest level of mediation is mediating communication. Mediating communication is, well, kind of similar to mediating concepts, but it also has a cultural dimension to it. The aim of mediating communication is to facilitate understanding between people of different individual, sociocultural, intellectual, maybe backgrounds. And a person who acts as an effective mediator of communication will actually create some kind of a safe space for the people to communicate, not to feel judged, to find opportunities to make compromise, etc. And yeah, of course, misunderstandings do happen even without like different representatives of different cultures. But this dimension of mediation mostly includes sensitivity to various perspectives, culture specific or not, depends, and focuses on misunderstandings, avoiding those misunderstandings, resolving them when necessary. Essentially, we cannot be ready for any possible situation that we might need to resolve in our communication, everyday communication or business communication. It doesn't matter much. But it is also good to provide students with ample examples of, sometimes we call them critical incidents. To include as many of those critical incidents in our lessons as possible. And by showing a certain situation, we may just ask them, like, what's wrong here in this communication? Or maybe nothing is wrong. What could be done better? Or maybe it's okay like that. And only too frequently, those misunderstandings result not from the language, or not only from the language at least. Here, for example, you can see a situation, just an ordinary situation. A manager, a Belgian manager who's working in Thailand, isn't happy with his assistant because, the assistant is often late. And one day he tells her off in front of other employees. And soon after, she resigns. You could just provide your students with such examples. And most probably, at least if these are not like business English students who travel a lot, who interact internationally a lot, it won't be that obvious to them what actually happened. Okay, you were late. Sometimes your boss expresses his or her dissatisfaction with the fact, but why would you resign? And this is actually the question that you could ask your students, what happened here? Why do you think she resigned? And of course, you might get some answers like, well, the person is just like oversensitive to criticism or something. But essentially, it's not only that. And the problem is that in some cultures, it's not acceptable to criticize someone in public. And it is crucial to allow the person to save face, so to say. And this is the reason why the woman resigned. Was the manager unclear? Well, kind of not. Did he lack, I don't know, some kind of sensitivity, some kind of, I don't know, maybe was he untactful? No, probably not. But the very fact, like, that he told her off in public in front of her colleagues made her resign. Here the problem is not the language, not at all. It is just the fact that, well, he did it in the wrong place at the wrong time. One more situation that could serve as an example of such a critical incident could be shown in one video. Maybe you know it, maybe you use it. And I'd like you to watch it and drop in the chat, what do you think went wrong and what could be done better? Just any of your ideas.
On a vacation last year. Great memories. What about your family? Are your parents in the same field as you, the healthcare business?
No. Dad's a professor. Mum worked various jobs, but she's basically retired now. Can we move to the diopsens?
Which university?
Excuse me?
Your father, the professor, which university is he at?
Warsaw. The Chopin University of Music.
Ah, Chopin University. That's not too far from the National Museum. I know Warsaw well. It's one of the world's great capital cities.
I'm very fond of the place too. Anyway, the diopsens.
There'll be plenty of time for that later. Remind me, what's the name of that really tall building in the middle of Warsaw? I went to a trade fair there once, many years ago. Alô? Tchau, tchau. Obrigado novamente. Tchau.
Is this a good moment to start talking about the diopsens?
Relax. We'll come to that later. Back to that tall building. Do you know the one I mean?
The Palace of Culture and Science?
The Palace, that's it. That reminds me, I met Jessica Scott there for the first time. What was the event again? I think I still have a program somewhere around here. Do you want to see it? And don't worry, we'll get to the diopsens in a moment.
Matteo, I really think we should get to the diopsens now. We don't have long to talk.
If you insist, fine. I just thought you would be interested in the program, that's all. Before I forget, tell me again why Daniel couldn't come.
Wow. We certainly had very different approaches. In the end, Matteo seemed a little unhappy when I took control of the conversation. I tried again and again to bring him back to the diopsens, but he wanted to talk about other subjects. I see what Alex meant about multitasking.
Okay. Well, so we already have some answers. So inappropriate behavior, yeah, during the meeting. Yeah, definitely. Inappropriate how? Like, yeah, we definitely see that in the end, the man kind of gets irritated and, well, he's dissatisfied with the behavior of his colleague. But what went wrong, in your opinion? What could be done better, potentially? Do you have any of the ideas? The fallacy of time, great. Yeah, he didn't respect her time, right? So yeah, there is some kind of, yeah, like challenge in terms of, well, time management and maybe attitudes to time, right? Yeah, and possibly, yeah, it could be considered as like not very business-like approach, definitely, yeah. So he seems like not to respect her time on the one hand, yeah. He's too personal, yeah, it might seem that, yeah, that he's like too personal with her. He asks a lot of personal questions without like really knowing her, possibly. But essentially, yeah, great. So these are like different approaches to communication in like the conversation in the business context, etc. Yeah, so we kind of understand clearly that these are like both of them are business people that are supposed to discuss some kind of, well, a project, yeah, some kind of type sense or whatever that might be. But they have like very different kind of attitudes to time and to business in general, probably, yeah. And while he thinks that it's okay, yeah, like to ask a lot of personal questions, to really to answer your phone when you are talking to like, well, to your colleague. And essentially, yeah, this might be kind of a situation where, again, both of them, well, they're not native speakers. I think she's Polish and he's Argentinian or something like that. Yeah, so the language is not a problem. And, well, still the communication fails for some reason. And it is really crucial to, well, to get our students to understand that actually language, it's, well, it's only part of the communication process. And if we get them to analyze those critical incidents, a variety of situations like this, that, well, these are taken from the business context, okay, but such misunderstandings can be, well, can be observed anywhere. They can deal with, I don't know, like some common gestures, for example. Yeah, like even, I suppose, well, the summed up sign, I have an impression that it's it can be interpreted differently in various cultures, and in some cultures it is offensive. And, well, in some cultures you can actually, well, you can be arrested for doing that. These are things that students must be aware of. Like, and it's not about teaching them like all the possible, I don't know, all the possible cultural differences. Because, like, well, it's impossible, you never know where, like, what kind of cultures they will encounter and everything, and it's not about that. It's actually about sensibilizing them to the differences that might arise in communication. The differences, like, well, broadly speaking, they might be cultural, they might be just personal, they might be related to, well, to some family values, to some values of the specific company where the person works, to the background, to some, like, well, probably not a good way to put it, but to some intellectual background as well. Meaning if like the people from two different fields encounter encounter problems while communicating, just because they have different professional backgrounds. And if they have to work on, for example, on the same project for some reason, they will need to adapt their communication. And again, this adaptation will be focused not on making your language perfect, not on making your language, well, let's say, well, kind of very technical and very academic and I don't know what, yeah? So this is, well, actually, this will require quite the opposite. This will require simplifying the terms. This will require, well, maybe explaining the same thing several times in different ways for the other person to actually get it. And this is something that they must be ready to do, and they must be aware that, language is pretty flexible, actually, and they are supposed to use it quite flexibly. I pretty much like one quote by one of the educators, which says that in a good language lesson, students should learn 3 things: something about the language, something about the world, and something about themselves. And for me, it's kind of key for language teaching and for language learning. Language lessons, they provide a perfect environment for developing communicators. Like in the world of today, it's impossible not to interact with other people in one way or another, to a different extent, in a different scope, but still communication now is key. And probably this is like one of the reasons why mediation was introduced as one of the criteria of language mastery, because it's an umbrella term for reading, writing, and everything, but on the other hand, it shows essentially like why we use that, why we learn that, because we need to actually interact with other people. And for that, we need to know something about the world, something about, the topic that we speak about, for whatever reason that might be. We need to actually be able to communicate our message effectively from the point of view, not from the point of view of language, of course, but also from the point of view of clarity, even from the point of view of the choice that we make every time when we actually choose the medium to communicate this information. This is something that you've actually mentioned, at the beginning of the session, that sometimes it's essential to understand your audience and understand how to communicate this message. Whether it will be most appropriate to do that, in the form of a presentation, whether it would be better to use some visuals, if the information is complicated or not that much, whether it's appropriate to kind of add some kind of your, not opinion, but kind of your attitude towards that information, or you shouldn't, and it will be perceived as, biased or something. It's also the knowledge of the culture, and not even the culture from the point of view of some cultural differences, but the culture, the global culture. That now we need to interact effectively with different people, people from very different backgrounds, and we need to understand how to do that. Proceeding from our own personalities, proceeding from our ways to communicate. And for that reason, it is also a good idea to make our learners aware of, let's say, their own personality, of course, but also their communication style, and how they could adapt it, how they could develop that kind of emotional intelligence, and just know what you want to say, but also whether it's appropriate to say that in that moment to that person, etc. How they can confront a person without offending them, without seeming rude, and still without creating the conflict, but still reach the goal and show that you have a different point of view, and it might be right, or it might be complementary to the point of view of another person. And all of those things, they not very often, unfortunately, they are learned in classrooms. For some reason, we kind of, well, it's probably just kind of our history and history of the educational system itself. We are used to giving the students, let's say facts. We provide them with some information that they need to remember and to memorize. But probably now, considering that there is a huge amount of information out there, we need to teach them how to deal with all of that information, and primarily how to deal with people through this information. And only in that case, probably, they will be able to, to become mediators between themselves and the world and other people, between knowledge and, again, other people, where in the context where they need to transfer that knowledge or explain that knowledge or whatever that might be. And well, this is probably the main idea that is inherent, I would say, in the concept of mediation. We never communicate with the void. We never use language just for the purpose of using language. And the only purpose, the only reason why we do that, why we say whatever we say, is to achieve some kind of a result. It can be a business result. It can be just, provoking some emotions in your audience. It can be whatever. But mediation is just about making the person see the language as the tool to do something, and not as just an artistic practice in itself. Thank you very much for your attention and for attending this webinar and the wonderful conference. And if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them. You can just drop them in the chat, any of your comments, questions, maybe any of your experiences. Oh, I think I have some question about how I can find this video on the internet. You mean the video about, the first video or the critical incident? Because if it is the critical incident, then, this meeting, yeah. Then it is one of the videos that is used for Business Partner B1, the course which is Business Partner B1. And the TED video, it's called something like learning the language as if you're playing a video game, or kind of this. And actually, as for the business result, it's not business partner, sorry, business partner book, there are a lot of scenarios there with the so-called critical incidents, with a lot of different scenarios of the same situation. One which is usually good, the other that is not so good. And they are there are comparisons given by experts. And the videos, they can be used not only they are meant for the business context, but they are not only for that. So a lot of them can be used in pretty general context. Well, for adults probably, yeah, not for children, but still not even in business settings. Okay, well, we have one more question. What is the most suitable program for learning English from the beginning? I don't really get the question. What do you mean, program and learning from the beginning? What kind of students do you have in mind? Adults or teens, young learners? And what is meant by the program? Because program is kind of a broad notion. Maybe you could specify that a little bit. I guess, if these are course books, then there is a wide variety of those. If, For the beginning, for the beginners, I don't work with young learners, but as for the rest, I would just say that it's providing them like with language, I mean, like sort of drilling. It's not really drilling, but just to exposing them to as much language as possible, and make them really memorize, well, it's like in inverted commas, but still memorize some things without trying to understand them at the deep level, just because, they won't be able to. And at low levels, it's not necessary, this understanding, it will come later, when they will be already using those phrases pretty freely, let's put it that way. But as for the adults who don't know the language, that's kind of interesting because, I don't know why, but from my experience, I have rarely seen adults who were like really beginners. I mean, most of them, they're false beginners actually. Now people are, they are seeing English everywhere. In the names of the shops, on their inscriptions on the t-shirts, whatever. There is so much language in there that they might not realize that. But they're not normally they're not really beginners. And they're actually, learning can go pretty quickly, I would say. It will go pretty quickly because they will realize that and they will kind of remember. And that's why they will be able to produce some language very, very quickly. It will be something like cheese integrator. Yeah, so it will be something like very, very incoherent and grammatically wrong. But there, you could use, a variety of books. Yeah, you could use anything, but try, I would suggest just trying, making them realize that they know much more than they think they know. And they can use these phrases and words, separate phrases and words that they know, to piece it all together. I would say that. I'm not sure that I gave actually a coherent answer to your question, but as for is it possible to interact with the student while he's speaking in order to correct mistakes? That's a tricky question. And I would say that kind of yes. I don't mean interrupting in the in the middle of the phrase, of course not. That's just impolite and but I would say that when you have heard some kind of a coherent idea, yeah, and you understand that you can stop the person without really interrupting, you should, because this kind of clashes with some traditional views of mistake correction. But the problem is that when a person, speaks for some time, and then even if you take notes of the mistakes that he or she has done, the person has actually forgotten already where they made those mistakes. And that's why even if you correct them, they won't remember, they won't actually build any connection between what you correct and what they said at that moment. So I'd say that yes, not in every sentence, some mistakes that shouldn't be just corrected. Yeah, if they are intelligible, it's okay. But if you really want to correct something, probably it's just up to you to choose the moment when you can stop the person so that he or she really remembered what he or she said. Because otherwise it's just mistake correction that doesn't lead to anything, I would say. Okay, interesting question. What courses for teens would you recommend? For teens, mostly I work with teens who are preparing for some kind of exams. But what works pretty well, I'd say that it's gold. It's more, I'd say that it's more exam oriented, but pretty general at the same time. The same goes for focus. Maybe as well, for teens, high note is pretty well, it's pretty it's working well, really. These are just, it's not for, let's say, young teens, yeah, but for 8th form, 9th form, etc. It works pretty well. And the courses such as, for example, Gold or Focus, they help to prepare students for exams when there is no rush, sort of, yet. Yeah, well, it's not like the 11th form, and it's kind of difficult to catch up on everything at once. So that's another possibility. Even some courses like I don't know, like Total English or something like this, they could be used for for teens. Maybe not all topics, but they can be used. In my opinion, actually, when I work with students, I try to mix a little bit of everything. I like to mix a little bit of everything just to choose the topics that are more like suitable for the students, etc. And to the gaps of knowledge that they have actually. Yeah, Gold Focus, yeah, High Note, yeah. So something like that could be good. All right, well, do we have any other questions? And thank you very much for your attention, for listening. Hopefully it was like at least a little bit useful for you. And basically, yeah, like I think that at the website of the Council of Europe and the CFR, any CFR sites, you can find the detailed, the digitalization of the requirements. Like, yes, we have them for reading, writing, speaking, etc. But there are also like requirements and expectations for each level in terms of mediation. Yeah, like what it means to reach a certain level in terms of mediation. And there you'll see that, I haven't spoken about it today because I just don't have time. It will take ages actually, but you can find that scale, and it's pretty interesting to see how the perspective changes there, and what students are expected to do in terms of communication, and not just like producing separate phrases, let's put it that way. Okay, well, I think we have no more questions. So thank you very much. And I hope that this kind of tips could be useful in your classrooms. And maybe they will change a little bit the sort of the perspective of our feedback primarily, of what we show our students and what we expect from them primarily. And like that realization could be pretty useful and pretty helpful for them to see that they're not seen as just like, I don't know, robots that are supposed to remember things without challenging them, I'd say. Okay, well, thank you very much for this wonderful evening, and have a nice day, and pretty much hope that our lessons will, I really do hope that this perspective for mediation and like the need for mediation in English classrooms will really reinforce our understanding and our review of English really as lingua franca. So thank you very much, and goodbye.